required results. So like she said, we need to get to the people down there and bring them to the appreciation that what they are doing, the consequences and the extent of it. And develop with them their involvement, the right approaches. This has been done in Colombia when they had the same situation in the past, and not even directly to mining, but in civil conflict. So I believe we have to, alter our approach at this point in time so that we can get the right solution.
All right, an alternation in approach. We want to take the very last input from my brother here, and then we will be done with this particular informal session. Please, let's pass the microphone to him. Still exchanging ideas on how to deal decisively with the menace of illegal mining. He says that we should be move away from the combative approach and then abandon the force. Okay.
My name is Robert Jamasi. The word galamsey, or the illegal mining, I think is a very broad word. And I am a small-scale miner. Some of even our small-scale miners, they don't even understand the word galamsey or the illegal mining. You can even acquire a concession, right? So when you are working outside your concession to the buffer, it's illegal. So the galamsey or the illegal mining does not necessarily mean that those who are working and they don't have a document, or they are working in a river body, or they are working in a forest. So those who has legitimate document has to know this as well. And two, I think the commission is not doing well, because
when you say commission specifically,
I'm talking about the Mineral Commission.
Right.
They need to go down there, talk to the people, educate them about how to acquire the concession. They have their various offices at some of the districts, the mining communities. But they always sit at the office for the people who want to do the mining to visit them. At least there should be some kind of programs. Educate the people how to acquire the concession, the requirement, things that you need and all that. So the illegal mining or the galamsey is not only on those who are on river body or forest, or those who doesn't have a document, but also even if you have a document and you are working outside your concession, it's illegal. So this is what I want to say about this.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll be having more of this very soon. I want to leave you in the company of the highlight tunes that we were listening earlier for 2 minutes. When I come back, we'll start with the program properly. Don't forget that portions of this interaction will be live on the Joy News channel. And so in 2 minutes, we will start. All right? It's now time for us to commence with the proceedings officially. Prior to now, we had been occupied with a lot of publicity and campaigns to project this particular program. By the special grace of God, the moment of truth is finally upon us. And this is where we start the maiden edition of the Mining and Minerals Convention. If you're excited to be part, can we all put our hands together? Let's all clap for ourselves for making it to this all-important convention. We shall start first with an opening prayer, and so I would indulge all of us to rise and be on our feet as we acknowledge the presence of God at the start of this all-important convention. Let's pray. Father, in the name of the Lord Jesus, we thank you for the opportunity to congregate at this forum. It's our prayer that as we proceed, you superintend over the proceedings and give us a remarkable outcome. In the name of the Lord Jesus, have we prayed. Amen. Right. We can now take our seats. Thank you very much. I'm sure we already understand the essence of this gathering, why all of us are coming from industry, government, and academia to gather here this morning. But we want to understand it properly, and that is why, as of now, I will leave you in the hands of the organizers. I'm talking about the Chief Executive Officer who is running the whole of this business. Indeed, this is idea that has brought all of us together. Please help me welcome to the podium Baba Sadiq Abdullahi Abu. A round of applause for Baba as he comes to the podium to tell us really why we are here.
Good morning. The Honorable Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, distinguished captains of industry, esteemed members of Parliament gathered here, members of the Diplomatic Corps, diplomatic partners, regulators, sponsors, partners, and all distinguished delegates and guests. On behalf of Meetings and Exhibitions Limited, I welcome you all to the Mining and Minerals Convention 2025. This year's theme, Shaping the Future of Ghana's Gold Industry, reflects our collective mission to unlock the full potential of Ghana's mineral wealth through innovation, sustainability, and partnerships. We are honored to host leaders from government, industry, finance, academia, and civil society, all working together to chart a bold future for Ghana's mineral sector. I extend heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors, Gold Board, Ghana Commercial Bank, engineers and planners, Asante Gold, Rabotek Group, our institutional partners, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Minerals Commission, Ghana Chamber of Mines, Ghana Mine Workers Union, Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation, GIADEC, and every participant who has made this convention possible. Together, let us shape solutions, build trust, and create opportunities for generations to come. Welcome to 2 days of insights, dialogue, and action. Thank you very much.
Indeed, 2 days of insights, dialogue, and action. Please, a round of applause once again for Baba Sadiq Abdullahi. Under normal circumstances, we were supposed to have in our company this morning the Honorable Chief of Staff, as well as the Sector Minister, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. But we do understand that there is an emergency cabinet meeting that requires their attention, and therefore they are not in our company this morning. All the same, they will be ably represented by the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. And so if you round of applause, please help me welcome to the podium the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Why are we not clapping, ladies and gentlemen? Please, let's do it better.
Good morning. Indeed, I don't feel comfortable when they clap for me when I've done nothing for it. It's good to wait. When you finish the exercise, then if the people wish to clap for you, then they do it. Anyway, I've taken it in good faith. First of all, even before I start with my speech, I want to say that when I walked in, the session I met that has to do with taking suggestions and opinions from participants is very important. And I want to acknowledge the few who have spoken out and to assure you that your comments have been noted. Indeed, there is a shift from the way we used to do things. As I speak to you, next week the minister will be leading a team to go to wherever we have miners in order that we are able to register them there instead of waiting for them to come to the Mineral Commission's office. And I also listened to my sister, a lecturer, who also suggested that there's the need for us to go to the so-called galamseyers and then listen to them. That way, we'll be well informed. Again, I want to assure you that we are doing that. We want to bring everybody on board so that whatever decisions we take, everybody will own it. Thank you for your suggestions. Now, I stand here wearing two hats. The Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Deborah, should have been here in person. And then the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Emmanuel Amakofibua, should have also been here for this very important program. This morning when I walked to the office, my minister told me, this is a speech I prepared for this program. Go and represent me because the president is summoning us for a very important program. Then a call came from Chief of Staff to say that go and wear two hats. And so I may look ugly, but I'm supposed to wear two hats. So accept me in that form. The Chief Executive Officer of Gold Board, members of the Diplomatic Corps, representative of the Bank of Ghana, other CEOs, presidents, captains of industry and development partners, civil society, sponsors of this program, friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you today not merely as a minister, but a steward of a legacy, one as old as our very land, as deep as our richest ore, and as precious as the metal we have gathered here to discuss. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are here today not merely to discuss rocks and minerals, but to build the future. A future of shared prosperity, sustainable development, and mutual growth. But before I continue, I would like us to be on our feet and ask you to join me in honoring the memory of the 8 patriots who tragically lost their lives in the helicopter accident last month. Their demise must remain a constant reminder of our shared vision. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me and let us observe a minute of silence in honor of our departed patrons. Thank you. Please have your seats. Ghana's gold story began long before the world knew our name. From the ancient trade routes of Wangara merchants to the colonial designation of the Gold Coast, our land has always whispered the promise of wealth. Today, mining remains the bedrock of our nation's economic stability, contributing significantly to government revenue, foreign exchange earnings, and job creation. We are Africa's #1 gold producer and the 60th globally. Some of the world's top gold mining firms, including Newmont, Goldfields, Anglo Gold Ashanti, and now Zijin, have found a home in Ghana. Their president highlights Ghana's global appeal as a mining destination and ever reflects the strength of our bilateral partnership. The figures are impressive and we celebrate them. And yet, what we witness today is the paradox of plenty. A nation rich in gold, yet grappling with limited infrastructure and social development, especially in mining communities. Illegal mining, environmental degradation, and the urgent need to retain more value within our bodies. This is our reality, and the time has come for us to change the narrative. The future begins today, and it starts with us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while we are gathered here, I would like us to reflect on a profound question. How do we honor the legacy of our past while forging a future where our mineral wealth truly becomes the property and prosperity of the Ghanaian people? Under the visionary leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we have moved from rhetoric to reform. The reset agenda is not just a slogan, it is a blueprint for transformation, one that is focused on what lies beyond the figures. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in response to these challenges, we have taken several strategic steps, culminating in a comprehensive, sustainable agenda and robust policy reforms for the mining industry. These include enhancing transparency, enforcing legislation, and aligning with global sustainability standards to protect our environment and communities. These policies include a comprehensive review of the Minerals and Mining Act 2006, Act 703, and the Minerals and Mining Policy 2014 through extensive stakeholder engagement to align with global best practices. 2, formalization and regulation of the small-scale mining industry to curb illegalities while protecting livelihoods. This has been achieved with the rollout of responsible cooperative mining and skills development program aimed at reforming the small-scale sector built on a model of community ownership, professional mining, and modern equipment. I think I mentioned this earlier on, that the minister will be leading a team next week using what we call the Responsible Cooperative Mining and Skills Development Program to get to the people and to register them at their doorsteps. 3, enhancement of local content and participation to ensure more Ghanaians benefit from the value chain. 4, promotion of environmental sustainability through stronger reclamation and land restoration policies to not just reclaim old mine-out sites, but to transform them into productive agricultural hubs and community assets. and also turning scars into symbols of renewal. Again, it is also to ensure a comprehensive audit of the licensing regime with strict and fair sanctions grounded firmly in the rule of law. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our friends in the media, we believe mining must continue to serve as a catalyst for industrialization, infrastructure development, and community empowerment. Hence, we are committed to ensuring that the benefits of Ghana's mineral wealth are felt not only by investors, but more importantly, by the ordinary Ghanaian, our youth, our women, and very importantly, our mining communities. This is a paradigm shift beyond the colonial dig and ship model to a value-added approach model. Our vision is clear. Ghana must transform from being primary an exporter of raw materials to a hub for value addition, the downstream processing, and also responsible resource mobilization must be our focus. We are also embracing digital transformation, leveraging technology for equipment tracking, mineral traceability, monitoring, and also governance. This digital leap, incorporating fintech-enabled solutions, will secure unprecedented transparency and bolster investor confidence. The future we are building requires a strong partnership between government, the private sector, financiers, civil society, academia, and of course, our communities. This conversation provides a platform to share ideas, debate solutions, and forge collaborations that will shape Ghana's mining story for generations to come. So I say to the large-scale mining companies, partner with us in this new vision. Invest in our downstream projects. Mentor Ghanaian businesses in the value chain, and exceed your environmental and social obligations. To our small-scale miners, the government is your partner. Let us work together to make small-scale mining a proud, legal, and environmentally sustainable profession. To the financiers or to the financial institutions and technological investors, your capital and your creativity are the fuel for this transformation. Invest in our processing facilities and refineries and help us build a modern, sustainable industry of the future. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the task ahead of us is huge, but the opportunity is even greater. Ghana's mineral wealth must become the backbone of a sustainable, inclusive, and globally competitive economy. Together, we can ensure that Ghana's gold is not just a resource beneath our soil, but a legacy of prosperity for our people. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, I thank you all for your commitment, and I look forward to transformative outcomes of this important conversation. May the good Lord bless us and bless our country, Ghana. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it better for the Deputy Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Alhaji Yusuf Sulemana, who is also the Member of Parliament for the Bole Bamboy constituency, wearing the hat of the Chief of Staff and the Sector Minister, the Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boah. We want to indicate at this point that we are also live on the Joy News channel and on Facebook. We are also being streamed live on Think News Ghana. And so for those of you who would want to share the conversation across board, these are the platforms that you can communicate to the rest of our friends who are not here. In this program, we are expecting a lot of dignitaries to throng this particular premises. As and when they do, we would acknowledge them in that particular respect. But now we shall hold ourselves in readiness for a very remarkable and important delivery. Because when you talk about mining in Ghana, the first mineral resource that comes to mind is gold. Who takes care of the country's gold? The Gold Board. Who leads the Gold Board? Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Mr. Sami Gyamfi as he walks up for the delivery. Please, let's do it better for him as we listen from the Gold Board.
The Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Yusuf Suleimana, captains of industry herein seated, colleague, government officials, chief executive officers, highly esteemed invited guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I didn't hear your response. Good morning to you all. Good morning. Good. It is a distinct honor to address you at this crucial convention as we exchange ideas on the growth and transformation of Ghana's fast-evolving minerals and mining sector. First, permit me to commend the organizers of this program, led by my good friend and brother, Baba Sadiq Abdullahi, for the tireless efforts in putting together this program. I think he deserves a round of applause for all of us. The African continent boasts of 30% of the world's known mineral reserves. Minerals constitute 70% of Africa's exports and 28% of Africa's GDP. These staggering statistics beg the questions: why do hunger, poverty, and underdevelopment persist in Africa? Why does our beautiful and heavily endowed continent remain peripheral in mineral wealth creation? The answer to these questions lie in our failure as a people to adequately leverage our natural resources for the advancement of our economies and the prosperity of our people. I am, however, excited to note that right here in Ghana, Africa's leading exporter of gold presently, we are resetting and rewriting this narrative. Under the vision and leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we are committed to optimizing national benefits from the exploitation and trading of our natural resources for the development of our country and the well-being of our citizens. This vision is anchored on the Nouvelle Ghana Gold Board, a strategic institution whose mandate is to streamline the gold trade sector and optimize returns from the exploitation and trading of Ghana's precious minerals for socio-economic transformation. Through the innovative Gold Board, we are setting national sovereignty over our mineral wealth and introducing a paradigm shift from raw extraction to value retention. As part of its core mandate, the Gold Board oversees, regulates, and participates directly in the gold value chain as relates to artisanal and small-scale mining, to assaying, trading, value addition, and export. The Ghana Gold Board holds exclusive rights to purchase and export all artisanal small-scale mining gold produced in Ghana, including the right to purchase a portion of all gold produced by large-scale mining companies. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the Gold Board, we've been doing more than business as usual. Since our inception, the Gold Board has initiated aggressive licensing reforms to promote responsible sourcing of gold and other precious minerals, strengthened regulatory controls and oversight over the gold supply chain, introduced a transparent and competitive pricing system for licensed miners and licensed gold buyers, deployed robust aggregation systems to effectively mop up gold from all mining regions and districts of the country, removed major incentives for gold smuggling, such as the scrapping of the 1.5% withholding tax on unprocessed small-scale gold, and intensified the fight against illegal gold trading and smuggling through the establishment of the Gold Board Task Force with reward for whistleblowers. These preliminary measures, ladies and gentlemen, have begun to pay off already, as they have led to record high gold exports, both in volume and value this year. Since January up to the end of August 2025, small-scale gold exports undertaken by or through the Gold Board, working closely with the Bank of Ghana, have hit a record high of 66.7 tons, with an export value of approximately 6.3 billion United States dollars. What this means is that the volume and value of small-scale gold exports from January to August 2025 alone have exceeded the total small-scale gold export outing for the whole of the year 2024. That is from January to December, which stood at 63 tons with a value of about 4.6 billion United States dollars. It is also instructive to note that the small-scale gold exports continue to surpass those from the large-scale mining sector, which stood at 65.1 tons, with an estimated value of approximately 5.6 billion United States dollars for the period between January and August 2025. In line with our objects of supporting gold reserve accumulation by the Bank of Ghana, the Gold Board has initiated the local purchase of 20% of the gold output of 7 large-scale mining companies in the country. So far, we have locally purchased and supplied to the Bank of Ghana nearly 100 kilograms of large-scale gold to augment the gold reserves of the country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, foreign exchange accumulation from gold exports this year, particularly from ASM sector, have been unprecedented. These much-needed forex inflows have significantly strengthened Ghana's reserves, improved our balance of payments, and provided critical support for the Ghana cedi. These early successes underline the strategic role of the Ghana Gold Board to Ghana's long-term development and prosperity. As was publicly stated by His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama a few months ago, the Ghana Gold Board is still in the preparatory stages of fully deploying its operational mandate, and significant untapped potential remains. But more than just the numbers, ladies and gentlemen, we at the Gold Board are proving something powerful, which is that African-born corporations can lead globally, not merely follow. These milestones that I've outlined are not ours alone to celebrate. They symbolize what Africa can achieve when we combine resource wealth with bold thinking. Beyond foreign exchange and contribution to revenue, the Gold Board is committed to traceability, environmental sustainability, and responsible sourcing, in line with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development OECD guidelines and international best practices. As directed by His Excellency the President of the Republic, the Gold Board will, before the end of this year, introduce and commence the implementation of a nationwide traceability system, which will ensure that every gram of gold purchased by the Gold Board can be traced back to its verified, licensed, and environmentally compliant mine of origin. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to also underscore the commitment of the Gold Board to government's avowed fight against the illegal mining menace. We at Gold Board recognize the importance of responsible mining and sourcing to the long-term sustainability and viability of Ghana's mining sector. To this end, the Gold Board will next week donate 5 Toyota Hilux pickups and an amount of 5 million Ghana cedis to support the work of the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, NIMOS. And I know the Deputy Minister will this. Also in line with the instructions of His Excellency the President, and in furtherance of our ecological restoration policy, the Gold Board has made significant financial allocation to support the reclamation of 1,000 hectares of devastated forest reserves starting from November this year. Under our corporate social responsibility policy, which we intend to roll out effective October 2025, we shall support mining communities with portable water systems, modern education and health facilities, scholarships for brilliant but needy students, among others. We are further committed to supporting the cooperative mining scheme launched by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and aimed at formalizing the artisanal small-scale mining sector while creating jobs and increasing national gold output. My brothers and sisters, I strongly believe that the time to maximize gold production and optimize national benefit is now, given the current unprecedented favorable international market conditions for gold. But this cannot happen without the needed financing for the value chain. Sadly, current financing models for mining in Ghana are too conservative. We need African capital structures to provide bold but practical financing solutions for the minerals and mining sector to maximize production and optimize recovery, particularly in this time of record high international gold prices. At the Gold Board, we are determined to sustainably increase Ghana's gold output and develop the country's gold supply chain responsibly from the country's heartland to global vaults, empowering communities while delivering sustainable and transformational returns. This is why we have launched the Mining Support Program with the aim of leveraging our mandate to attract direct investments into mining, particularly for the procurement of environmentally friendly mining equipment to optimize production and recovery for the maximization of national benefits. On 22nd August 2025, the Gold Board signed a Memorandum of Understanding with Goldstream Global DMCC. This MOU would eventually transform into a commercial agreement by November 2025 for the investment of up to $1 billion United States dollars in establishing over 300 responsible mines in blocked out mineralized areas and in partnership with concession owners. Under this program, the Gold Board will be collaborating with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and its allied agencies like the Minerals Commission to develop minerals areas, as well as partner with concession owners and communities to maximize Ghana's gold output through sustainable mining. As I've already indicated, this crucial mining support program will increase national gold output and create thousands of jobs in the mining ecosystem for the teeming unemployed youth of our country. Already, the Minerals Commission has released 10 blocked out mineralized areas to the Gold Board for this program and has further pledged to release more in the coming weeks. Ladies and gentlemen, establishing the presence of mineral resources through proper geological investigations is a critical first step to maximizing Ghana's huge and untapped mineral wealth. However, this demands substantial and often risky capital. At the Gold Board, we are partnering with the Ghana Geological Survey Authority and private geological companies to invest in geological investigations and develop a robust geological data repository for sustainable mining. This will provide mining with credible geological data, reduce environmental degradation, and improve mining yields. Our mission for doing this is simple: move the artisanal small-scale mining sector from the phenomenon of, quote, lottery mining, unquote, and I know people understand what lottery mining is, to certainty through accurate geological data to guarantee returns and de-risk investments. The financial sector must not remain a passive observer. We therefore invite local financial institutions to partner with us in crafting innovative funding models for geological investigations. President Mahama's government is ready to shape policy that compensates strategic partners who invest early and help unlock long-term mutual returns. Additionally, Ghana's extractive sector, particularly the ASM sector, requires innovative financing structures to drive liquidity for miners and local traders to ensure sustainable gold supplies to the Gold Board. The Gold Board remains open to engage and transform with willing financial partners. Brothers and sisters, for far too long, we have ceded equipment financing and rentals for miners, especially ASM miners, to foreign entrepreneurs who have no regard for our water bodies and forest reserves. Our current policy interventions to weed out illegal gold traders and miners is effectively weeding out these irresponsible foreign equipment financiers. This undoubtedly creates a financing gap for small-scale mining and an opportunity to transform the sector through sustainable financing by responsible financiers. As a country, we must create export credit facilities for funding mining equipment and structure mining focus on lending to equip local banks to fund mining production. We must be bold, we must be urgent, and we must move now to optimize the opportunities in our minerals and mining sector for mutual benefit. Ladies and gentlemen, let me cite this example for us to ponder over. As you may be aware, Ghana's primary pension fund yields almost negative real returns due to investments in unproductive ventures. Foreign pension funds, however, invest profitably in mining. Why not reorient our pension strategy as a country toward gold, a time-tested asset and a better hedge against inflation? Why can't we establish locally managed and globally viable equity and debt funds to catalyze mining investments? Before I conclude, let me touch on the most critical issue of value addition to Ghana's minerals wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a national shame that as a long-standing continental leader in gold production, Ghana continues to export doré, that is raw gold, instead of bullion. The Ghana Gold Board, which I lead, is determined to change this narrative as a matter of urgency. As part of the reset agenda of President Mahama, the Gold Board, in conjunction with the Bank of Ghana, is partnering local refineries such as the Gold Coast Refinery to begin the local refining of gold purchased and exported by the Gold Board. And this will begin next month, October 2025. Let me at this stage commend the Chamber of Mines for expressing their willingness to work with us to ensure the local refining of gold produced by large-scale mining firms in the country. The Gold Board will continue to drive innovation. And in this regard, ladies and gentlemen, we have secured a parcel of land at the cargo village at the Kotoka International Airport to build an ultra-modern ISO-certified assay laboratory with the aim of changing Ghana's assay regime from SRF and water density to the golden standard of assay, fire assay, for all gold, both small scale and large scale, produced in or exported from Ghana. I'm happy to inform you that that on that same parcel of land secured by the Gold Board, we will be building a wholly state-owned and international standard gold refinery to further advance the local refining of gold, transitioning Ghana from the export of dowry to bullion. Plans are also underway, ladies and gentlemen, to develop strategic partnerships to establish a gold village in the nature of the Gold Souk of Dubai in Ghana, envisaged as a continental hub for gold jewelry and ornament production. But, brothers and sisters, this dream will elude us without a critical partnership of financial institutions for value-adding investments, particularly in the area of refining, minting, and the fabrication of minerals into jewelry, coins, tablets, and other forms of castings and store of value. I wish to remind all of us in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, that by 2030, Africa will be home to over 370 million young people aged 15 to 35. Unemployment rates are alarming, not because our youth lack talent and the desire to work, but because our systems lack vision. We cannot solve today's crisis with yesterday's tools. The minerals and mining sector must do more than the traditional extraction we are accustomed to. We must shift from raw exports to incontinent beneficiation, move from rent-seeking middlemen to decentralized tech-enabled trade models, and change from youth as laborers to youth as innovators, financiers, and owners. This is not a plea for aid. It's a declaration. Africa is ready to transform. So today, I challenge every government official, financier, corporation, and individual in this room. Let African minerals build African futures. Let our natural reserves fuel innovation, not corruption. Let our youth lead global trade and not just participate. Ghana is resetting. Africa is rising. The Gold Board is ready. All we need now is courage and capital. Let us fund the minerals and mining sector differently and work together to transform it. And let us make Ghana, Africa, and the world a better place. Thank you very much for your attention.
Please, is there a way to increase the applause for the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Gold Board? Exactly. If I'm allowed to share my impressions about this delivery, clearly it would be to say that the Gold Board is certainly on the right track and Ghana would be better for it. Please, once again, a round of applause for the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Gold Board. Indeed, very soon we will commence with the panel discussions where we get to also join the conversation, pose our questions in that particular respect. But now we want to take an industry overview, and to do us that honor, Ahmed Dassana Nantoma. I hope I got that one right. He is the Chief Operating Officer of the Ghana Chamber of Mines. Please put your hands together for Dassana to give us the industry overview.
Honorable Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, CEOs present, members of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I must also acknowledge the presence of my bosses. We have former presidents of the chamber, Joshua. We have former CEOs, Tony and Suleiman Kony, as well as a sitting second vice president of the chamber, Madam Angela. You're all welcome. As a chamber, listen, all the speakers, mostly government
oriented. We are a private sector institution, and we're kind of surprised to be asked to give an overview of the industry. This is usually a job left to the Minerals Commission. So please indulge me. Not everything that I say here will be politically correct. If I am politically incorrect, I do apologize in advance. Thank you very much. So I have 15 minutes. I'll try to go through this. We'll talk about the chamber, regulatory, mining industry, trends, pipeline projects, government, policy priorities, which was touched on by the Honorable Minister, the reset, the proposed amendments to the Act, what our view is, and we'll also talk about some of the challenges in the industry. So I must say, arguably, the Ghana Chamber of Mines is one of the longest existing mining industry association, which was established in 1903. So because of our relevance, and the more relevant you are, the longer you stay. So from 1903, we moved to 1928, where we became the Gold Coast Chamber of Mines. As then, when Ghana became independent, the chamber also became independent. So we changed our name from the Gold Coast Chamber of Mines to the Ghana Chamber of Mines in 1957. Our vision is to be a respected, effective, and unified voice for the mining industry. And we represent our industry using the capabilities and resources of our members to deliver services that address members' government and community needs in order to enhance sustainable development. So I'm happy the CEO of the Gold Board mentioned the collaboration between the chamber and the Gold Board. As a mining chamber, one of our cardinal principles is to use mining as a catalyst for development by promoting environmentally and socially responsible mining. Because you can't be a catalyst for development if you are mining irresponsibly and if you are not socially correct. So that's what the chamber is all about. These are the members of the chamber, the large-scale mines. We have small-scale mines, we have large-scale mines. Unfortunately, we do not have a medium-scale sector, which as a chamber we have been advocating for. Some of the small-scale mines, when you put them together, they are bigger than small-scale, but they are not in the large-scale mine, so it affects their environmental activities. They will behave like small-scales, but their impact is on the large scale. So put together a medium-scale mine that can help us formalize the small-scale mining sector. We have 30 large-scale gold-producing mining companies, one large-scale manganese-producing mine, pre-production, those who are yet to produce. Contract mining, we provide contract mining services. 5 of the firms are local firms. Our own Ghanaians are doing contract mining, and 3 are multinationals. So that, yes, this tells you that in the mining sector, local participation is very key for development. And we have exploration companies who do the research. Exploration is the lifeblood of mining. And I'm happy the Gold Board CEO says that they're going to work with the Geological Survey Authority. And as a chamber, that's what we're advocating for. We need to resource them. We need to make them capable of looking for the answers. Because exploration is very capital intensive. You can do exploration for 10 years and not make a find. That money is money going down the drain. So that's why sometimes we ask for what? Some kind of exemption for exploration companies so that they can find the ore that we will mine. We have affiliate members who provide the services to the mining companies. Majority of them are Ghanaians. And then we have associate institutions, not-for-profit institutions that work with the Chamber of Mines. They do not pay any subscription to us, but the Chamber actually is a subscription-based private sector voluntary industry association. So if you subscribe to ESG, if you subscribe to responsible mining, you are welcome to join our chamber. With the regulatory sector, we know from the Parliament of Ghana, ratification of mining leases, and this is one of the resets that we support in the review of the mining laws, whereby they are putting a cap on the number of days that will take Parliament to ratify a mining lease. Sometimes you get your lease, and for 2 years it's not been ratified by Parliament. somebody can technically call you an illegal mine, but then you have provided all your documentation and it's now set with Parliament to ratify. So that also affects investment and planning. So we support the review to about 60 or 90 days to make sure that within that period, your lease is ratified. We work with the Minerals Commission, Forestry Commission, Geological Survey, Lands Commission, and then to promote responsible technical, we call it co-regulation, because we don't need the inspector to do the right thing. As a member of the chamber, you are enjoined to do right, to do responsible mining. So it's not just regulation, we also regulate ourselves as members of the chamber. With the Bank of Ghana, you know, the finance with the money side, we pay our taxes on time and we are very regular. Well, I don't think we owe governments any money here. I think we pay on time at the right amount, which is calculated and paid. Under the EPA, that is the Environmental Protection Authority, it's not an authority. We also subscribe to responsible environmental, that is social environmental mining. Water Resources Commission. Yes, I mean, mining does impact water, but we are very responsible in our water usage. We get permit before we abstract. We do get permit before we use the water. And then we provide potable water where we have impacted water bodies. So Ghana's minerals, you can see that we have about, between large-scale mines, some large-scale mines are not members of the Ghana Chamber of Mines. We have them that are not members, but majority, the big ones, are members of the chamber. We have about 25 large-scale mines, and then over 700 small-scale mines. Now, when we say small-scale mines, here we are not able to distinguish between the regulated and the unregulated. We call all of them small-scale mines. It might not be fair to those who are working responsibly, but for now we have small-scale mines, both legal and illegal ones. So these are the minerals that we are aware of so far: iron ore, lithium, graphite, limestone, feldspar, and solar salt. So this is just some macro indicators, the contribution of mining. So if you look at the share of mining and powering gross domestic product, was about 10%. Mineral receipts in gross merchandise export receipts 2024, 57% from the mining sector. Direct taxes was 23%. And the labor force, the sector has over 11,000, the large-scale mining sector, members of the chamber, about 11,000 employees. And out of that, only 1%, or less than 1%, are expatriates. So when you go to the mining sector, you see people like me, all of us Ghanaians who run the mines. So in terms of expertise, we do have expertise. When I joined the chamber some 20-something years ago, we saw a lot of expatriates running the mines. But now you go to a mining company and you will not see a single expatriate, because we have the expertise and we have the men and the women. So, well, let's move on to the next slide. Okay. So when we look at large-scale mining companies in Ghana, these include chamber members and non-chamber members. All this table has been summarized into the pie chart. Is there a pie chart? There. So you can see that for ownership of the large-scale mining sector, the largest block of people are the Chinese with 33%, and Ghanaians own 20%. The Canadians own about 20% as well. South Africa, so this is the division of ownership of large-scale mines. When we say ownership, those who brought the initial investment, those are the owners. But if you go to these companies, those who run all these companies, like I said, about 99% of them are Ghanaians. So these are a list of some of the companies, the small-scale mining ones and the large-scale ones. There's only one bauxite company so far, and then one manganese mine as well. We are looking forward to when we see the iron ore and the lithiums and other minerals as part of this chart. So I'm sure it's been said before already that Ghana is the leading producer of gold in Africa. So if you see the graph over there, it shows you where Ghana is. As we are aware, China is #1, followed by Russia, Australia, Canada, United States, and then Ghana. So we are not doing too badly at all. We are trying our best to get up there. So probably with this reset, we could become #2 in the world. Okay. So if you look at the large scale and the small scale mining sector, it's been said already from the Gold Board that the small scale mining sector has overtaken large scale mining sector in terms of volumes. So production is mostly uniform from the large scale sector, which is in blue, and the small scale sector, which goes up and down depending on the price, government support, or whatever. So for Ghana to benefit, there need to be a synergy between the large scale mining sector and the small scale mining sector. It's already been said as well that there's more emphasis on the small scale sector. And massive mining, large scale miners do not provide anything. But I beg to differ. Without large scale mining, I don't think the small scale mining on this own will survive. Everybody needs a big brother. Once you have a big brother who will hold your hand to school, along the line, you will develop step by step. But if you try to overtake your big brother, you end up in a ditch. And then by falling in the ditch, you take your big brother along with you. So the Ghana Chamber of Mines supports small scale mining, responsible small scale mining. So if, as a Ghanaian, I'll be proud to say that, look, we own all our minerals, and then we run all our mining firms. But the investment for mining does not sit here. I keep referring to Mr. Sami Jamfi because he spoke before me, and I don't know whether he read my script. But for Ghana to be sustainable in the mining sector, we need investment. And we bring foreign investment. If we bring a foreign investment, it's a given that the foreigner who has brought in the money will need to go back and pay the loans. So if we use our pension funds, it's our own money. We can use it, but we have to make sure that when you and I go on pension, there'll be money there for us. Not put the pension fund in risky investments. At the end of the day, there'll be nothing to be benefited from. So we support small scale mining, and we believe that with a proper collaboration between the large scale mines, small scale mines, and government, we could have a mining sector. Can you imagine if all this, I don't know whether it is, what color is this? Whatever color is this, apart from the blue, if we all had all of them at the same level, can you imagine if we had them at the same level, the amount of income that would have come into this country? The same way, if we had them at the same level of environmental integrity, responsible mining, we wouldn't have had all these issues about mining in water bodies and destroying our forests. So small scale mining is good, but then it must be done in an environmentally and socially responsible manner. So this is just a chart of the production outlook: manganese, diamonds, bauxite. There's the other minerals that we have that we need to harness for our socio-economic development. The future of mining. This is for large scale. It's bright. It looks bright. There's potentially bright. We need to get there. So we have Dumont developing the Ahafo North project. They look about 300,000 ounces per year. With a current life of mine for 30 years. One thing about the life of mine is that it keeps growing. It's not like a human being when you have an end. You have a life of mine for 13 years. But as you keep mining and keep doing exploration, you could have another extension for another 13 years based on your feasibility. So when you see a life of mine, it doesn't mean that Newmont is going to close down in 13 years. It means that currently, using the current gold price and everything together, they are sure that for the next 13 years, they are going to produce optimally. Maybe before 30 years, there's new technology, new development, to add another 10 or 20 years to their life of mine. And this ties in to the review of our policy, where we are trying to put a cap on how long your life can be extended or your lease can be extended. We need to be flexible with that, so that if I give you 13 years and I come back and say, look, I have another 20 years, you should be willing to give me the 20 years, because along the line I also continue to pay my taxes. Otherwise, the person I'm taking the money from, there's a particular mine that says that you need currently about $600 million just to do a cutback to develop that mine. If we put $600 million from our pension funds into that investment, we need to assure the pension fund managers that, look, there will be return, and that return will go beyond 30 years. Otherwise, nobody will give you money and know that after 30 years, whether you make profit or not, there will be no extension. So these are the kind of things that investors look for, and we need to assure them that, look, your money is safe in Ghana, so far as your life of mine can prove it. We have the Black, please go back. We have the Black Volta project. It's currently being discussed. We hope that, Seed Mines will prevail, and we'll have a wholly Ghanaian-owned company started by Ghanaians, run by Ghanaians, and based on that, we can grow other mines. So we need to do it in such a way that will be transparent and beneficial to everybody. The Oya project, Atlantic Lithium, we are aware of. I think the lease is either ratified or being about to be ratified. And this one should have happened some time ago. At that point, the lithium price was around $3,000. It wasn't ratified. They had to start over, and now the lithium price is $600. You can imagine if you put $600 million to this project, we don't get ratification. Now the price drops from $3,000 to $600. There's a lot of nervousness. And if one investor is nervous, then all other investors will be nervous as well. We have the Enchi Gold project that is from Nicor. They are also looking at producing 120,000 ounces per year. It's in the western north region in the Enchi area. The Kambali Graphite project is all on course. So these are new projects that are coming up, the key ones. We have a lot more that we think will come up later along the line. Please go. Okay, so these contributions to the economy is basically for the members of the Ghana Chamber of Mines. For here, we are being exclusive because these are numbers that we gather and we know. So we know that in a particular year, we got about $7 billion as revenue. And we returned $4.9 billion back into the country. So about 70% of mineral revenue comes back directly into this country. So if anybody says that mining does not bring money back, I'm not sure that's true. 70% of all mineral revenue comes back into the country. And I can tell you this is how it's being spent. For the local expenditure, where we buy local from local companies, about $2.8 billion was spent in Ghana, spent among the local members, the affiliate members that I mentioned, and also for taxes and everything. Electricity alone was $264 million. This is from the large-scale mine. So can you imagine if the small-scale mining sector is also developed and adds to the $7 billion, would have been $14 billion, and these things could have multiplied. So just telling that large-scale mines are doing their best, and they are doing a lot more. At a certain point in time, it was the only player in the room anchoring our city. So if we are promoting small-scale mining, let's promote it as a responsible sector, but not because we are not getting enough from large-scale mines. Sometimes the narrative is that large-scale mining is not giving anything, so let's do small-scale mining. No, I think we can live together with the right policies and the transparencies and the discussions and the negotiations. Corporate taxes in 2024 was about 10 billion cedis. Mineral royalties returned 4.9 billion. Income tax 1.4 billion. Dividend to government was about 1 billion and others. So if you look at social investment, mining companies in their communities spent around $28 million for corporate social investment. This is outside all the payments that we make to government. But as good corporate citizens, we thrive on the development of our host communities. And this was spent. So I'm happy the CEO of Gold Board has said that they are going to do that. If we added that to what we're doing, we have a better developed mining community. Another issue is that royalties do not go back. The royalties do not go back in time. Previously it was capped. I mean, they will give you a certain percentage of what is due you. Now, what is due you will not even come. And when it comes, it's so inadequate that you cannot use it for anything. So I believe that as part of the reset, government must ensure that the right amount of mineral royalties go back to the communities at the right time, in the right quantities. As a chamber, we look beyond that. We're asking for a minerals revenue management law that will guide how the mineral royalties are used. Because another thing is the first problem, the money is not enough. Number two, it doesn't even come. The third one is that when it even comes, nobody sees what it's being used for. So you go to a mining community, for 10 years, you can't see anything from mining. They say mining is not doing enough. Because the assemblies, they use the mineral royalties for recurrent expenditure. We think mineral royalties should not be used for collecting bola. Excuse my language. So we think that government should take a good note. We supported the Bank of Ghana with over 358,000 ounces that we sold to the Bank of Ghana to show up the city. Please, can we move on? These are projects. I'm sure these pictures have been seen already, what mining companies do in host communities. And we welcome people to visit and see. Yeah, please, you can just skip the pictures. Please go back. The Ghana Chamber of Mines has set up a tertiary education fund where we are providing $2 million every 5 years to support education at the University of Mines and Technology. So, yeah, you can see the chief contractor here, a former CEO, cutting the sod for that building, which is Mineral Faculty Building, which is currently complete and being used. We provide smart classrooms, and now we are looking at providing an AI and robotics laboratory for the UMAT. We plan to spend over $5 million within 10 years just to support education in mining and mineral economics engineering. Can we move on? So in terms of responsible mining, I think we've talked about it, that we subscribe to responsible mining because our slogan is promoting environmentally and socially responsible mining. ESG is what we are keen to, we abide by all the ESG principles. Please move on. So let's move on. So I think I've talked about this. Manganese is being hauled by road. Honorable Minister, I would like some collaboration to see how we can haul the manganese and our side by rail to protect our roads and also to provide more job opportunities. So, thank you very much. You are just too kind for me. We know the impact, the difference between road transport and rail transport. If you go to a Western region now, all those heap trucks, I must say that there are a group of people whose business will be affected by rail transport because they own the trucks. But the plan should be such that if you get a vehicle to do that, let's get them to be part of the rail development so that they can change their articulated trucks into wagons. So you sell your truck and then you buy a wagon, then you still be hauling the manganese by road. Otherwise, the truck owners will kick against the rail development because it will lose livelihood. But if you add them to the railway development from trucks to wagons, I'm sure we'll get an ally in there. Can we move on, please? So I think I've talked about this review. We have discussed with the Honorable Minister and the Minerals Commission on what some of our issues are about developing abolition of development agreements, mandatory community development. For the community development, I think the idea is to make it 1%. But we believe that mining companies spend a little more than that. If you cap 1% and I do my 1%, I'll just go to sleep. If there's room to do more, I will just say I'm doing more. So I think there should be flexibility in these things. We are saying that provide the flexibility to cater for unknown times. I will not dwell much on this. We have sent the proposal to the government and the powers that be, and we'll continue to engage on that. Can we move on? So this is just some of if you are comparing country by country, how they are managing their mining leases, and nobody has put a cap. They say up to. You see that it's up to. So once it's up to, within that band, you are flexible. Otherwise, if you say 15 years, and I have a project that needs 20 years, what happens to that project? Are we going to cancel? No. So if it's up to 30 years, then depending on your economics of it, you are giving your extension based on your economics. Some of them will continue to renew and renew and renew. So as we are reviewing our law, we should ask ourselves, what do we really want? Are we looking for sustainability? Are we saying that, look, it's our mineral, so let's take it and push everybody on our way? So as a chamber, we continue to provide thought leadership on these things so that together we can build a sustainable mining industry that is future-proof. We don't want to have a law that we have to be reviewed in the next 5 years. We want a future-proof mining industry for our country. Can we move on, please? So in terms of taxation, you can compare Ghana, Nigeria. Look at the size of where we are. So effectively, Ghana is getting a lot more than most every country in terms of taxation. So it's not because mining companies are not paying taxes. We are paying a lot more. And we are happy to be part of the economy. But we just want to be given a fair hearing to understand our economics. Not all companies are the same. And depending on the price, the gold price will fall tomorrow. What happens if your tax rate is just too high? So all in these things, collaboration and flexibility is what the Chamber of Mines is asking for. Let me move on, please. So these are some of the challenges in the sector. We know the fiscal burden, illegal mining and effect on mining concessions, licensing issues, and also local content and local ownership issues. So these are areas that we think we can look at and see how we can make mining viable so that we can all benefit from it. So ladies and gentlemen, in bringing my presentation to a close, like I've said before, Ghana is good. It's ripe for investment. Ghana is a very good investment destination. We have the skills, we have the resources, we have the politically stable environment, and there's also a strong collaboration between the industry and government. I must acknowledge that the Chamber and the Mine Workers Union and the ministries, we work collaboratively together because we know that you cannot win without the other. And Honorable Minister, we are very grateful for the kind of support that the ministry gives our industry. And we hope that in future, proving our industry, we can continue to build on that collaboration to make Ghana a mining destination and make Ghana a mining catalyst for development. Thank you very much.
Very elaborate presentation there. Please put your hands together once again for Ahmed, Kasana, and Tom. Indeed, we'll be having more of these interactions, but as of now, reading the momentum of the room, I think it is the right time for us to take a short coffee break. When we come back, we would indulge the panel discussions. But before we do that, we want to acknowledge our partners for this all-important program. The Ghana Gold Board is proudly the lead sponsor for this program. Please, a round of applause for the Ghana Gold Board. The Ghana Commercial Bank is also a part. Asante Gold, Engineers and Planners, Rakuten Group. Thank you. M Saga Precious Metals, And for our institutional partners, we have, of course, the Supervising Ministry, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minerals Commission, the Minerals Development Fund, the Ghana Chamber of Mines, the Ghana Union of Mine Workers. Please, do we have their reps here? Are they in our company this morning? Okay, all right, thank you. Indeed, they came in groups, they are in their numbers. Thank you very much. When we get to the panel, we would engage you more. So that's by way of acknowledgement. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now walk through the doors, have the coffee break, and then when we come back, please, it's supposed to last for 10 minutes. Let's do well not to exceed that duration. Then we come and then we have the conversations. After that, we would have lunch, and then we would be gravitating to the end of today's session. Thank you very much. Enjoy the break, interact, socialize, say hello, and network more. Thank you. And so that's the next engagement for today. The faces you see on page 15 are the individuals who are going to sit to hold the discussion. We will introduce them formally while we wait for the rest of the, as we wait for the rest of our friends to join us, and then we should be underway. also joins us. Please, Georgette Barnes Sechinyano. Then finally, to occupy the very last, but certainly not the least of the seats, is the Chief Executive Officer of the Petroleum Hub Development Corporation, Dr. Tony Obeng. Round of applause for Dr. Tony Obeng. Ladies and gentlemen, in a matter of 20 minutes, I will leave you in the more than capable hands of Engineer Komashi to steer this conversation. So of course, while the engagements are going on, you can note your questions because we will cross over to you as well. Over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Shandoff, and to our guests this afternoon. You are welcome to this panel discussion, which is going to be debated around the issues about policy, regulation, and investment regarding Ghana's mining sector. It's going to be a joint affair. The panel will share their opinions, and respectfully, if there are some ideas, we'll pick them to make the discussion very, very, very engaging. But to start, we all know what Ghana stands for. Regarding mining issues, the importance of mining to our economy, regarding both small-scale and large-scale mining activities. So we gathered here today is a matter of our survival and sustainability as a country. Driving straight to our panel discussion, I welcome all my discussants this afternoon. I can see my father, Dr. Tony Obeng, and my big auntie and my senior on the panel. So zooming straight, the discussion is going to be about policy, regulation, investment, how these three thematic areas are going to be playing together to position Ghana still as the best mining destination in the African continent. To start with, I think recently the government is doing so well, trying to review our mining policy, and once they are done, they'll zoom to the Mining Act, trying to make sure it's fit for purpose, fit for the times in which we are now. This will be a teaser. Respectfully, I will throw the question to you. What gaps are we foreseeing, specifically within these two documents, that we think we should put more focus on before we go into our main discussions? Thank you. I'll start from Mr. Obimansi.
Thank you very much. I've had an opportunity to look at the draft policy, which I think it should still be available on the website of the Minerals Commission. And then it's... Hello? Okay. I've had an opportunity to look at the draft policy, which is, I think, should still be available on the Minerals Commission website. And looking at the history, you'd see where we've come from in terms of our mining. With a policy that is still there, because it's still work in progress, so it's not finalized yet. I think the major gap, as I see it, it's moving from touting the rhetoric, local content, local participation, to local ownership. I think it's very key for me. We have, over the years, limited. We started from the position where we said small scale and artisanal mining should be restricted to Ghanaians. I think that over the years we've had enough capacity, technical and financial, to be able to move beyond that and then consider looking at some minimum level of local ownership, even in the large scale mines and beyond. And looking at the draft policy now, I did not see that being pushed there, and it's something that I'm looking forward to as discussing this afternoon from my perspective.
Thank you very much. Madam.
Thank you very much for the question. I would like to clarify that I am not the founder for Women in Mining. It's a group of women who came together to found it, and I was asked to be president, so I am the president for Women in Mining Ghana. So from my perspective, generally, I think that because of where the world is going, and we are looking for investment, ESG is one of the biggest things right now globally. And within the ESG, we want to push for policies that actually favor female participation in the mining, the full mining value chain. Currently, for the large-scale mines, according to the Chamber of Mines, we are doing less than 12%. Ahmed was talking about, total force of almost 11,500. So in that figure, only 12% of them are female. And with this, we are talking about employed women who are employed. There are initiatives, maybe we'll come to that, so anyway, I'll leave that. So participation in the workforce, participation in procurement, and also for the small-scale mining, is there a possibility that some block-out areas could be led for women who are capable to also participate? I mean, the law is gender neutral. It's not saying that women should not participate, but we all know some of the challenges that makes it necessary for us to help them, to also be able to participate in the full value chain. So I would push the gender equity issues.
Thank you very much for that perspective.
Thank you very much. I was wondering what I was doing here, coming from the petroleum hub. So I felt I was lost. But my very good friend and brother, when I resisted from coming, he said, look, you have some information to share. There's enough that you have to share, even if you are at the petroleum hub. And I couldn't agree with him more. Particularly on the, if you look at the mining policies, I am intimately involved, but I was involved in developing the policy. If you look at the date when it was done, I was at I was the regulator, the Minerals Commission. And I think 10 years after that, I believe it is time to have a comprehensive look at it. So timing is right. But in terms of policies and regulations, there are a lot of things that this new reviews brings on board. In fact, there is this is a rare opportunity for us to address some critical questions of taxes, some critical questions of benefit distribution, some critical questions on local content. As I may look older, but Bobby Banson is my senior. So as my senior counsel said, we need to look at local content. Even in the current state of local content, you realize that it is about supply. So when a Ghanaian brings something to a mine, as long as it's from a Ghanaian, it's a local content, which is fine. But it doesn't do much for our industrialization. It doesn't do much for import substitution. I think the whole idea is for Ghanaian manufacturing to fit into the value chain and not mere Ghanaian going to China, bringing the things and supplying. We are happy that Ghanaian will get the value out of it, but for our development, broader development, I think the issue of industrialization as part of local content must be, I expect it to feature in the law. And of course, small-scale mining, which I call my baby. I believe that there's a lot we can do with small-scale mining. If you look at the law, it doesn't define what small-scale mining is. It only tells you who should participate in small-scale mining. That you must be, I think, a Ghanaian, 18 years or so, you must have 25 acre land and must be registered. I mean, all those things, they are not detailed enough for us to address the challenges. The issue of recategorization, I mean, what we see outside is more than small-scale mining, but people run and hide under small-scale mining when they're actually. So these are some of the things that I'd expect to change under the new legal framework. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this has really set the base for our discussion to kickstart. My first point, we'll start from the investment aspect of it. Recently, there have been conversations from government and also concerns, and also some response from industry players regarding government's decision considering to reduce the ceiling of the mining lease period from 30 years to 15 years. Personally, I agree with government because I believe it will give room for government from time to time to not to bully the companies, but to make some fiscal changes. Because today when finance minister goes and read a budget that we are paying this tax, the tomato seller is affected. But sometimes due to some of these stability activities, such multinational companies are a bit protected. There is also a school of thought that also hold some views otherwise, which needs to be looked out for. So I'll start from Dr. Tony Oben to critically share his opinion on this issue and how to position Ghana still as the best investment destination for mining activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will start by saying that investors are cowards. They will only go to where they feel safe. And investors are not only foreign investors, they are also Ghanaian investors. Sometimes we think to be an investor, you must be a foreigner. But Ghanaians are investors ourselves. So policies that we make, we should look at it as something that may affect both Ghanaian and foreign investors. I know that in the 80s, when government was coming out of the structural adjustment program, Ghana needed to do a lot to woo investors, for which reason a new mining law was passed, the Minerals Commission was established, and many other things were done to attract investors. The issue of development agreement came up because we wanted to use that to bring in $500 million. If you had that, then you get that. So for me, if the threshold could be increased, it might also be a source of attraction. I mean, if the threshold could be increased to say that instead of 500 million, you have to bring 1 billion, or you have to show that you are investing 1 billion in our country, it is something that would be attractive. And that within the period, and government has done well over the years to respect all the tenets of those requirements. Some companies have complained though, but generally you see that government have respected that. So rather than take it off completely, I'd rather ask for an enlargement in the threshold. So that's, but let's bear in mind that we should not do anything to push out both local and foreign investors. Ghanaians are also investing outside. Let's know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take some perspectives also from the other panelists here.
Okay, thank you. Ghana is not the only country with resources. If we look at West Africa and Ivory Coast, all of the countries, they all have some mineral reserves. I think that one of the things we have going for us now is the insecurity in the region. So it makes Ghana, Ivory Coast, and those other countries very attractive. But I as a mine support service company, people are still doing business even in those regions. And so sometimes I think we have to be conscious of the fact that we are not the only fish, basically in the sea. And when somebody wants to invest, stability is not just change of party or democracy. I mean, Ghana is democratic because we successfully change. But an investor sometimes is looking at how constant and stable doing business in a country is. I haven't followed this, what you are saying, very closely, but even me, as a business person, if I want to, for example, put up a plant, I have to tell my bank that, okay, I'm going to be able to recoup the money over so and so years. Dr. Oben has said that even those mines, the kind of monies that they invest, you know, so I don't know, I feel like 15 as a cap might be stretching it too much, and we might not attract the investment, quality investment, you know, because you want people who will invest, which will be beneficial to the community, beneficial to everybody, not just come and take and go. And so I know there are discussions. I'm hoping that it can be flexible enough.
Thank you very much. I mean, it indicates that we still need to engage more to arrive at a very definite point. Doc?
I'm not a doctor yet.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. Counsel. Yeah.
So you made my very senior. Come here, Kofu, come and look at me. This is a very thorny issue for me. I will be speaking from a point of maybe having been involved directly in some of these discussions and negotiations, for lack of a better word, at the highest level, especially with experiences from other countries. Some time ago, I was part of a team that represented the Ethiopian government against a mining company in a dispute relating to some of these stabilization matters. And the Ethiopian government won because we argued some of these things that we are saying now. Now, if you come and look at our local laws, we have the Mining Act that says minimum of 30 years, and it says that there may be stabilization clauses. So the stabilization clauses saying that tax regimes will not adversely affect what is there. I think about this year, Talo had a dispute that went to international arbitration against government of Ghana in respect of taxes, and then government of Ghana lost, I think, when the decision came. I think so, when the decision came. And it all goes down to the wording of the thing. Madam, I agree with you, Ghana is not the only fish. But Dr. Obin, you have been in the industry for years. I think what our climate was 20 years ago is not the same as the climate is now. I think we should approach the negotiation table with some of these things with a more, for lack of a better word, bullish, not disrespectful, but bullish. The reason being that Ghana's gold is one of the best in the world. Anglo Gold, I think Anglo Gold was able to list on the stock exchange years ago, doing only this. If you look at all the top mining firms in the world, 6 of them are in Ghana, or 10 of them are in Ghana. And their production in Ghana, I know a company, for instance, they used their productions in Ghana to acquire mines in Chile and in other countries. Now, if you say that we put a cap of 30 years, my disagreement with it is that every lease should be timed to the lifetime of the mine. So after they do their prospecting, they're able to tell you that this is the lifetime, maybe 20 years, 15 years. Then based on that, the Minerals Commission can recommend to the minister that this mine has a lifetime of 11 years. We have the display on the board of some big mines with their lifetimes. So if you have a lifetime of a mine that is 11 years, why do you give a lease for 30 years? Now the reason is that most of these miners, and I stand to be corrected, you can correct me, when they are getting to the end of the agreement, we recently had an experience where a big company with those issues, they start mining differently, for lack of a better word, because they do not want to spend a lot more money doing what would be responsible mining, because they know it's left with only X number of years. They start compiling the waste and then they will start leaving it because they know this is the period that is left. And then they mostly will sell it off. Recently, they sold Achen Mine or Newmont for so many years. This could have come back to government of Ghana. And you know, at that stage, it would have been less expensive producing from there because all the hard work had been done. So if you have a mine that has a lifetime of 11 years, and then you give a lease for 30 years, after 7 years, they will go to the market, sell it for much more, much more, and then come to the government of Ghana for a renewal. Because at that time, the mining leases would have those compulsory, for lack of a better word, renewal clauses. But if we don't give them those things, they don't have anywhere else to go. They don't have anywhere else to go. And so I think we should move beyond, we need them as investors. The only thing they have that we do not have yet is financing. Trust me, they use our tenements, go to the international market, the stock market to say, we've been given a lease for 30 years, this is the volumes that we can produce, give us money. But if the government decides to take a conscious decision to let Bank of Ghana, some of the big banks, say that if it is a Ghanaian trying to take a lease, let the interest rate be this amount, we can match them boot for boot on the international market to develop our own mines.
Okay. That's great. I have a follow-up question to that, but I'll pick Dr. Tony, then I'll come to you, please. Sorry.
Yeah, I think something has to be clarified here. The issue of stability clause and then the issue of mining lease. So I think these should not confuse us.
Yes.
I totally agree that mining lease, the mining lease must be linked to the life of the mine. There's no doubt about that. So, but it must be flexible enough that government would have to, for the incumbent operator, would have the first right of refusal. But reducing it to your life, what you have come to tell, that is how long you would use to mine, that I don't have a problem. The problem I had, and that is how your question was framed, stability agreement. So the stability agreement, I'm saying that it only tells you that, look, if you bring in this amount of money into our country, then we can hold some taxes or some fiscal input constant for a period. So what I'm suggesting is that rather than say we have taken out stability agreement or development agreement completely, we can expand the threshold and then add some things so that it's also a way of attracting investors. And it could attract local mining investor as well, when he's assured that once he has managed to bring in, let's say, for want of better price, 1 billion, he can have a stability of some 10 years or something. I think that difference must be held. Lease period and the stability agreement. Thank you.
That's great. I think it's clear that on the issue about we proposing a reduction of the lease period, the discussion is centering on it should be tied to the life of the mine. With the issue about the DAs and co, you have the point that we should increase the threshold. Now, life of mine is based on certain parameters: the geology, the grade, the tonnages, blah blah blah. So a company comes and say, I have this mine and my LOM is indicating 12 years. It makes sense. Then we are going to indicate that, okay, we are going to give you a lease for 12 years. Fine. In practical mining operation, those declarations are not, let me say, constant. Subject to exploration activities, it may increase the life of the mine. And even now that even the gold price is even increasing like that, I mean, like a life of a mine of so many companies will just be going up just like that. In this case, how should we create our laws so that in as much as we are also protecting ourselves, we also protect, let's say, the prospective, people who also come to invest here. And on the back of that, mostly as a country, we often assume that, oh, we can raise the funds here. But there are other large-scale mining companies in Ghana that are not multinational companies. And we see how they are doing to a greater extent. Can we close the gap? Thank you.
Okay, yes, we definitely can close the gap. We have a template or a blueprint to follow, and I will make the reference to South Africa. right after independence, they decided to have a regime that will encourage locals to own mines. And so their laws stated that if you apply for, before a lease will be issued to you if you're a foreigner, there must be a minimum 26% that must be owned by a South African, a black South African, not a white South African, a black South African. And Mandela introduced it in 1994 also. And out of it, we have Patrice, the richest miner or whatever. It's because of that. And there was a further policy that if you apply to pay your 26%, the bank should give you interest rate at a minimum amount. And based on that, he was able to raise from that shares negotiated, and he was able to acquire a lot of the mines. And it made him very rich. And it wasn't only for his pocket, it benefited every person that was able to do that. So if the government decides to make it as a policy, as of today, I think, Dr. Obi, I think it was during your time that was done. The Mining Act has a provision that based on the, so before you are given the lease, you submit your work plan, your financial capabilities and how you plan disbursing those things, the local content, all of those things. And there's a provision that says that if you develop, in respect of the development agreement, by a certain amount, you should list on the stock exchange. It's in our law. That if, I think beyond 5 years or after 5, there's something, you should list on the Ghana Stock Exchange. How many of the mining companies are listed on the stock exchange? If you list on the Ghana Stock Exchange, then the possibility is that Kofi Menu, who is a cocoa farmer in Kumasi or anywhere, would have an opportunity to own a piece of the land. They don't do it. They don't do it. Why don't they do it? They rather go and list on other stock exchanges where Baba Sadiq will not be able to go and buy shares in New York, rather than listing on the Ghana Stock Exchange. So I believe that if we are able to, as a government policy, make it that this is where we want to go, they have no option. They would comply with it because they know that where they are coming from, that is how it is there. And then we will be able to meet them some way. You know, when they introduced the compulsory contract mining in Ghana, it has developed the capacity of the local companies now. And so if we introduce a policy that will promote local ownership vis-a-vis local content in terms of supply and those things, over 5 years, 10 years, we will develop local capabilities and capacities to own these.
That's great. Powerful point made here. Madam, can I come in?
I want to concentrate a little bit on the fact that Ghana's laws, policies, and regulations, I think that, I know we are doing a review, but there is a lot that we can achieve if we were actually doing what we wrote that we will do. One area that is of interest for me, especially when he mentioned South Africa. In South Africa, everything the mine is using is from South Africa. Looking at where Ghana is right now in terms of our mining, we have not advanced enough in terms of inputs, manufacturing. I think on the Chamber of Mines, you saw the spend is like 4 billion, and I am a supplier. Most of the things that we are supplying, we are bringing them in. So I think that discussing just the lease, we need to look at the whole value chain. Ghanaians can benefit more if we can see how best we can help manufacturers and suppliers. One of the problems as a supplier is that sometimes you have a product and you know that you can manufacture. But if you manufacture, the market, Ghana as a market, is too small. And so you don't have the economies of scale. And so in terms of that, we need to look at a regional way of being able to supply products regionally. Because I believe that it's not just the lease, but the whole value chain that we should, regulate and look at.
Thank you very much. I think we've discussed this very extensive. Let's look a bit at small-scale mining activities. We've been able to government upon government have tried their best to manage illegal mining activities. And one of the issues that has been flagged is about they not having geologically investigated areas. Government upon government have made efforts to invest, but personally I would say it's not enough. And it's also accounting to this dig and try activities, which is still continuing polluting our water bodies, blah, blah, blah. Do we have the opinion that we should shift the geological investigative activity with small-scale mining activity to the applicants? Just as a large-scale mining companies come to mind, who apply for prospecting first to declare, to know that there is something there before you even apply to mine. In terms of sustainability, we trying to control our environment while not stopping our miners to do their mining activity. Should we make it a point that now if you want to apply for small-scale mining activity, we are not expecting you to do, let's say, the highest form of prospecting, but maybe to be able to prove that this particular area, some sampling have been undertaken. Is it possible?
Yes, first of all, I totally disagree that small-scale miners must do their own exploration. No. You can't give someone 25 acres of land and ask him to bring a drill machine or something like that to check. That's a no. So the approach of general exploration and mapping of minerals. In fact, when I was at the commission, we had agreement with UMAT, Legon, for them to, particularly the PhD and master student, to help with drilling and mapping as part of their studies. I don't know where it went anyway. So we need to have the records. And as a nation, it's important for us to have the records there, that in this particular area, there is some amount of gold here or something over here. So I think it's important that the Geological Survey Authority is supported to do that. The challenge has always been resources to do that. That's very important. So once we have done that and we have data there, the small-scale miner must be a miner like Goldfields or AngloGold Ashanti, which is small. That's been my perception of what a small-scale miner is. You are a miner doing all the right things, doing all the environmental things, but your size or your scale is small. And so we should help them get to that state. It's extremely important. And this is why I have always, since 2013 or so, supported the issue of recategorization of mining, which the law also allows for that to be done. So that those big, small-scale miners that you see in Wase Kropon and other places will be either put together as a medium-scale miners with specific regulations around them. So these are things that I believe we should be looking at. We need to have records for people to apply. And then you can even take some taxes from them because government would have spent money anyway in trying to do the exploration. So when they come and they start mining, you can tell them, because we know that there's gold here, when you mine, we will take a certain percentage from you. And that would be my reflection on that.
Thank you very much for your input, Madam.
I think, I don't know what the template is. So the right template is, I think the country has been battling with this. And so Dr. Obin's submission, I think it sounds like the way to go, because Geological Survey, I thought used to do some work before the small-scale miners were given their concessions. But another thing that I think we should encourage is the cooperative, the community cooperative groups that the Ministry of Lands recently launched. I think it's a good way because it helps to formalize. And so before they are given the concession, some work should be done, and it will help with control, because environmental degradation in the small scale doesn't just remain with small scale. It's a brand gun.
very much. I've been asked to wrap up, but before we move to the questions, I would like us to finish on local content and participation. And I'll start from Council. I mean, in your opening statement, you touched a bit on this. How, in your opinion? I once reviewed a mining company's annual reports, and the report indicated that actually they did about 90+% of their procurement locally in Ghana. But I decided to check again, and it was just 2.3% that was within the mining catchment community. So though, well, it is done in the country, but the catchment communities are not getting that kind of like value from the activity. That's the local community aspect. In terms of the direct participation, where now the country is yearning for Ghanaians standing up to own mines, in your opinion, how should we go by this to achieve the vision we want to achieve?
I think it will boil down to building capacity, financial and technical. And even though it's a private sector, I think the initiative must be taken by government straight away. Government must be able to, in this new policy and in the amendment or the new law that will be passed, should be able to be firm to ask not only the mining companies, but all the companies that contribute to the value chain, so the banks especially, GRA as well, to be able to give some slack to local companies too, because we are beginning a race, 100 meters race, where our competitors are already at the 50-meter line. So you cannot expect, this is a stage where equality is not equity. So the government must be intentional about, for example, saying if Mr. Pepra comes to you with his company that he wants to supply AngloGold, and ordinarily you give a loan at a rate of 38% if it is, 32% if it is CDs. Why don't you give him a loan of 25% to allow him to be able to, in his bid, be able to compete with another entity? And you have situations where the Ghanaians are fronting for these foreign companies as well in the name of local content, especially if you look at the supply of oil, for instance. I know now it's 100% must be a Ghanaian company. How many Ghanaian companies have the capacity to import crude themselves? Definitely there's some form of foreign participation along that chain. And so you see a big check, $1 million to Kofi Meno Limited. Out of that $1 million, only 5% actually is for the person whose name appears. The rest goes to his financiers because he cannot get a loan from a Ghanaian company. Senior Kofi is looking at me. From a Ghanaian company to be able to facilitate it. And I think when the capacity is built for the Ghanaian, no matter which part of Ghana they come from, indirectly or directly, eventually it will affect the catchment area. The very last time I went to Takwa, for instance, if you look at the road in that vicinity, and you look at the fact that it passes in front of UMAT, and how bad those roads are, and you drive just down there, you see Goldfields, their largest operating mine in the world. In the world. Then you ask yourself, where is all the money going to? Just when you get out of the entrance of their mine, you see the communities around. At the end of the day, the people there, what they're able to contribute is to be able to stand there. And I in one of my visits there, they had an issue of the locals siphoning the fuel. They were siphoning the fuel. That's how desperate it can get. The machines that are used to go and siphon the fuel. And imagine the risk. Because they don't have any other business. But if the government decides to invest in these locals, a small shop there that will be able to sell PEPs. Another shop there that will be able to supply some of those basic things. And there's policy for microfinances, financial institutions to give them credit at a very competitive rate. Gradually, one person here, one person there would be able to survive. We have the cocoa scholarship for children of what's coming from cocoa areas, which I probably benefited from. I've asked myself whether we have scholarship for children of people coming from mining areas. Look at how much mining contributes to the economy. But the children of the people whose lands are taken, if you go to Takwa, deep inside the mine, one of the mines, I saw a habitation, a village. Deep deep inside them, and I ask myself, if somebody is sick, how are they going to get out of here? But that is their motherland. That is where their great-great-grandfathers gave to them. They don't want to move out of there. Is there any scholarship scheme for their wards to benefit? And I think that government must be very intentional. And collectively, one mine at a time, one village at a time, we will build capacities for all of us to benefit from what we have.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That's powerful.
The mineral resources belongs to all of us in Ghana. Shared value is important. I would recommend that we have a national supplier development plan and a national supply development program. I believe that, I think around 2018, the Chamber of Mines and some other organizations were involved in such a program, but I don't know what happened to it, but we need it. And this program should have capacity building, training, everything. It should take into account, people living with disabilities in communities, women, youth, everything, a thorough program for the mining sector. Because it is not just the act of mining, but it is the process and then everything that goes into it that Ghanaians must benefit from.
Thank you very much. Right, Doc?
Okay, thank you very much. I think that I stand by my first position that we must move away from supply of goods to manufacturing. It's extremely important, and this government must incentivize for that to happen. I remember some companies tried to support the development of steel balls, and I think they were supported by one of the mining companies, I think Goldfields, to do that. Then there was another company that came to Tema, wanted to establish, I don't know where they are, but I think we must be deliberate about that. Now, secondly, local ownership must be local content. Local content must be local ownership as well. So there's no difference between local investment and foreign investment. As long as there is investment, common denominator is investment. So we should give priority to our entrepreneurs who have ability to bring capital to own mining, because these are natural resources that, if properly managed, it will help us. But I'm not averse to government participating in mining. Personally, I'm not averse. And Botswana gives me this encouragement. In Botswana, the Botswana company has, I think, 49%. Government has 51%. But it's not free carry interest. Ghanaians, we like free carry interest. That 10% free carry, 10%. Government must have a skin in the pie, make sure that they benefit directly from whatever resources they are mining, rather than expect mining company to add. Finally, I think that when opportunities are also given to Ghanaians, we should not expect that corporate social responsibility is by only big companies. I have always said Takwa, where I come from, the economy of Takwa may be bigger than, maybe the economy of Upper West region. Takwa alone. So, and that economy is being generated by the mines over there. What are the rippling effects? What are the other effects that could impact on the community like Takwa? Sometimes we overly depend on the mines to do that, but we can have an omnibus, a broader approach to ensure that all economic activities going on in, let's say, Takwa also won't benefit everybody in Takwa. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, my panelists. We've been discussing on the policy, regulation, and investment activities. And in summary, discussions actually touched on we should tie life of mines to our mining lease period. With the DAs and the stability, we should look at increasing the threshold and looking at other best practices. Madam also spoke about we should prioritize some gender activities in the ASL, and I agree with you. In Tanzania, under the STAMICO, they are doing something. Council has also made a very good point also for the local content and the participation. And at this point, we'll leave it to the MC for our audience to also come in. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's put hands together for that well-moderated conversation. Please remain seated because we are sure that the rest of our audiences may have some questions or contributions. I see a hand up. Is there any other? Okay, I see a second here. There is a third, there's a fourth. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's fine. Let's go for the very first one. Can somebody do us the honor of passing the microphone around? You mention your name, you indicate your organization, and then you continue with your question or contribution. Questions more preferably, actually.
Good. So my name is Cheikwejo Yamwa. I'm in civil society, but my background is extractive metallurgy. One of the key things that every investor in the mining would be concerned about is what the investor came for. The gold, the concession, the discussion about how illegal mining affects that is very key. How do I, as an investor, ensure that there will not be encroachment on my concession? So that is one of the few things that we need to discuss to ensure that if I come and invest, I am secured. And I, as an investor, will not have to be spending on security. The other point is that there is the need for geological support for small-scale miners, and then also extractive methodology or a pool where resources of such can be pulled from. I have done some work for small-scale miners, and you notice that most of them have difficulty even tracing the exact ore. So mostly it's diluted by the overbedding. So if there is resources for government or a pool of experts that they can rely on at maybe a negotiated fee later on or something, that they can be sure because they are not going to do prospecting. The other point is that a lot of the gold is being lost because of poor recovery. So we need to ensure that there is that services. You see a lot of the manufacturers along our road doing the shaking tables, and it comes at an angle. I've engaged a lot of them. They are just doing it and supplying our small-scale miners. It depends on their own particle size. If not, we lose a lot of gold when we are out there. And these are areas that we need to look at. I think that during the gold board discussion, there was some incentive of technical support. I don't know how that can address this, but it's very important for investors and also addressing currency. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Clearly, that was not a question, that was a contribution to the discourse. We are grateful. Questions, please. Is there a question? Okay. Let's pick the question here, then we'll come to
My name is William.
Right.
From Ghana Bauxite Company. My question, in fact, is aimed at addressing our gold reserve. I've wanted to direct this question to the boss of the gold board, but unfortunately, I think he's not here. My question is, we have other countries, powerful countries, like United States, Germany, having their refined gold reserves in tons, thousands of tons. United States, for instance, owns over 8,000 tons of gold reserve. That is refined gold reserve. Yet, we don't know the gold reserve that the Central Bank of Ghana has in its vault. We would like to see something like that. If really we are a gold mining giant, we should see, as a citizen of this country, I particularly always am concerned about, we also having a gold reserve, which will also help to strengthen our currency and other things. That's my question.
Thank you. Unfortunately, the Chief Executive Officer is not here, but I'm sure that concern will be noted and the clarification will come accordingly. Please.
Yeah, my question is, I didn't hear anything about human rights.
Sorry, you didn't mention your name.
My name is Dr. Samuel Obri with the Center for Environmental Impact Analysis. My question is, what are the human rights safeguards in the 2014 mining and mineral policy at 703, and then the proposed amendment that we have? We keep on harping on investment, but this investment comes at a cost to the local people and the community people. So what are the human rights safeguards to also address some of these issues? The second point I want to look at is, we're talking about the investment, but what are the physical regimes? For instance, if you go to Act 703, we say, oh, mining companies, you can clear duty-free. We give a whole lot of tax incentives and all those kind of things there. If we match them, have we done cost-benefit analysis to look at and say that between 2006 to 2016, how much tax incentives have we given to mining companies vis-a-vis what kind of the return that we have also gotten? The last point I would want to ask, how do we ensure that if a mining company comes and says that I am bringing $5 million investment and therefore I'm giving you, I need a stability agreement, that $5 million actually hits the economy, and then for us to give those kind of those investments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's take the last one and we turn to the panel for the responses.
Thank you very much. My name is Ahmed Nantokma with the Chamber of Mines. I just wanted to provide some clarification on some of the issues that have been raised. Especially, Georgette mentioned the supply development program. That is something the Chamber was working together with the IFC. And then we are still in that loop, trying to make Ghana a hub for mining. Like you said, if you pay local content and they export all the money, it doesn't stay here. But if you support manufacturing of mining inputs, then it stays into the country. And the stock exchange listing, it's good to say they should list. But you see, people list on the stock exchange because they are looking for something. Maybe they are looking for money. So at the stage of exploration, then you can get people to list and then you get involved. But when the company is matured, it has all the money, it doesn't need extra money, coercing that company to list on the foreign exchange, stock exchange will not work. So we believe that if we want to be part owners, then let's identify companies at the exploration stage, invest in them, and then once they list at the stock exchange, people can buy shares, so that when the company grows into a big company, they can then benefit. But a company that has already enough more to invest, I don't think a company will be willing to invest. And the scholarships, mining companies will provide scholarships, and so we can give you more details. But I'm sure I'll look about government itself doing that thing. I think yes, government should play a role in that. If the government supports mining companies, they will provide more scholarships for people. And the roles in mining communities. I mentioned the utilization of royalties. I mean, you go to Takwa, let's compute how much money has gone to Takwa for mining vis-a-vis how much money has gone to Takwa through the common fund. And let's see what the money is being used for. Right. So if you're asking the question, let's make sure that government also plays a role to support what the mining companies are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come back for the next round of questions, but in the meantime, let me turn to the panel. This is my capture of the questions from Dr. Obri. So he's interested in the human rights and safety guards in the new mining policies. Then again, the tax incentives that have been allocated. Then also, how do the investments directly benefit the economy, if I got that capture as well right. So that's to you to respond, and we take the next round of questions.
Okay, so I'll try and attempt, and the panelists will also add to that. If it's about the gold reserves with the central bank, I stand to be corrected, but I think there was a publication about some few days ago about 36 tons currently. That's what Ghana has at the central bank. And with the issue about human rights and safety
guards.
Come again?
Yeah, safety guards.
Yes. So with the safety aspect, Ghana, we have quite some good regulations regarding safety activities in the mine. For example, the minerals and I think LI 2182. I mean, details everything about safety activities. And the human rights aspect mostly sits with the EPA. You know, normally before a mining company undertakes any activity, you need to do public hearing, and all those things are to safeguard human rights activities. But if your opinion is maybe in the review of the Mining Act and the policy, we should have those mines critically stated. I think it's a good opinion. Thanks very much. Yeah.
What I would want to add is that the Mining Act, or whatever its review would be, will not work in isolation. As a country in a legal regime, there are other laws that ensure the rights of the persons that work in every space. So for example, if you look at the current Mining Act, it makes reference to respecting the labor laws, as it were. And we have a very comprehensive Labor Act that ensures equality, no discrimination, even protection for women, pregnancy, and the Children's Act that also speak to the children below a certain age being exposed in certain conditions. And beyond that, there are also international conventions that Ghana has subscribed to that also make room. So maybe if it will be an issue of more enforcement, as it were, especially with the Galamsey, because they are illegal and do not, lack of a better word, do not come under the ambit of government regulation. Maybe some of those activities may fall foul. But if you volunteer to engage in an illegal activity in breach of your own fundamental human rights, then I don't see how you come and blame government for it.
Any more?
Yeah, I think for human rights, senior counsel has addressed that very well. And, nothing has to be added from my side. But I believe that the impact of those investment on the communities, on the people, there are areas that we need to look. I recall when I was at the Chamber of Mines, and I have a very strange background. I worked with the Chamber of Mines and I worked with the Minerals Commission, so a very confused background, so to speak. But I remember we were pushing for what we called offset. The offset was, why would you allow mining companies to do an asphalt road somewhere and not pay the royalties at a certain, you value the cost of an asphalt road, technically supervise that, and then they do it, and it is offset by the royalties that they should pay. So roads will be developed in advance of even getting the royalties. So these are some of the things that will make communities feel direct impact of mining. I recall when we did some negotiations with Goldfields from the Minerals Commission, we asked them to do a road from Takwa to Daman. Don't say that I come from Daman, that is why we asked them to do that. And they willingly committed about 33 million to do an asphalt road from Takwa to Daman. It doesn't take you anywhere though, but at least when you go to Takwa and you want to go to my village, there's a road that goes there and it's asphalted. Now when I want to go to the next village where I buy my cassava, I can't go. So this is where the signages between the mining companies in the area, for instance, there is a Champim mine over there, and government should not be left off the hook. And I'm talking about the state generally. Now, because government also say that companies pay taxes, companies pay this. So when they get that, they should focus on the figures that feed us. You know, you take money from, let's say, and for want of better location, let's say Namdini or Daman, you have to bring some money back to Daman. So that people will see that, oh, this road was done by government and government has listened to us. I think that is the way we need to look at it. I believe that's basically. And then security, investment security. I said investment, every investor, be it a foreign or local investor, needs safety. of their investment. So it's about enforcement of the laws, regardless of the operation of some other form of mining in the backyard. But we need to enforce the law to ensure investors, local and foreign, would also have their assets protected. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the last round of questions or contributions. One. Okay.
So, my name is Kwabena Mensah, and I come from GIADEC. Mine is not a question per se. GIADEC, yeah. It's not a question per se, but to add to what the panel has said, especially regarding the tenure or the capping the term of mining leases. I think with the 15 years being proposed, we're going very much counter to the intention to add value to our minerals and to have integrated, industries. Because if you look at bauxite, where I'm working, to build a refinery or to justify a refinery, you need at least a 30-year mine life. So if you cap it at 15, you're asking the investor you're putting question marks on the security of tenure. And the same will go for iron ore, or maybe for manganese, any other mineral that we want to add value to. So I think the review commission should look very well at that. It doesn't sit well with what we want to do with our industrialization. And then also with the stabilization clauses. Well, they have come and hit us over and over again. And as Dr. Tony is saying, we probably will want to look at them carefully if we don't want to be, or we want to be seen as we are being too choosy or to be too difficult in attracting investment to Ghana. So that's what I want to add.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other input, comments, question?
Yeah.
Sorry, where's the microphone?
Yeah, please. All right. My name is Isaac Abubakar Ziko Newton. I'm with Mother of All Nations Foundation. We are so passionate about child education. So we've realized that from research, we have realized that the mining areas are actually impacting negatively in the lives of young people as far as education is concerned, because there's a higher rate of school dropout, because most of them see Galamsey and mining as a lucrative venture to get into. What are we doing as mining companies to ensure that our young people are still in school, such that, because the sustainability of these various communities are extremely important. So what are we doing to keep the children in school? And what are some of the educational interventions we are investing in to ensure that they actually benefit?
You remain in the classroom. Very valid question there. We'll take the responses and then we'll be done with this panel discussion. Please, over to you.
I was thinking they were directed at government. So maybe when the government officials come.
Yeah. Okay, but I would like to chip in there to say that as women in mining, we actually do community outreaches, because for us, it's even worse for the young girls. And so we have programs periodically in the communities. We get female mining engineers to speak to the young girls and show them what the possibilities are. So and sometimes we do this in collaboration with the Ghana Chamber of Mines and other CSOs. So that's the little bit that we are doing.
Let me attempt to maybe add a bit of flesh to this particular question. Perhaps the entire essence of schooling maybe is to make a fortune. Perhaps that is the impression. So if already I am making that fortune, what becomes the incentive for me to go to the classroom? If already I'm earning in droves, what's the big deal? Yeah.
This reminds me of someone who said, I go seek for education for sication. So if I have sication already, why do I go for education again? So that's quite interesting. But I think we need to separate what happens at the informal mining side from what happens at the formal mining side. In fact, my own experience suggests that in most of the formal mining areas, schools are built. Some of them even support teachers. I also know that scholarships are established. I mean, I was involved in the establishment of the Go First Ghana scholarship scheme, which I'm told has supported a lot of people. So in the formal area, they could do more, they could build more schools, but I think in that area, maybe we don't face that challenge so much. If we don't do that and segment that, our solutions will be thought to be mining areas. In any case, it is more the informal areas where we need to have a strategy to address education. I agree. There's a study that suggests that a lot of the local young boys and girls are dropping out of school just to go and pursue education. So I think government must focus on that, and I know this government is seriously focusing on education and taking people out of the galamsey. I think the whole idea of, I don't like using the word fight, but let me say fight against galamsey is also to pick people out of galamsey and put them in the classroom.
Mr. Benson, before we come to you, hello, Chamber of Mines, you did indicate the tertiary fund. How does it tie into this? Is that in any way an incentive in this particular respect? Just to be sure.
Yes, so the fund goes to the UMAT. You know, UMAT is one of the foremost training institutes for mining and related subjects. Right? So it goes to UMAT, we use some for infrastructure, we use some to support students as well as faculty. So everybody can benefit. But I know that every mining community, every mining company, they have these scholarship funds. They have foundations, trust funds, managed in part by the community. And they provide scholarships, they provide apprenticeship training and all that. So I like what Dr. Obe said. He has worked for a mining company before, being CEO of the Ghana Chamber of Mines, and also CEO of the Minerals Commission. So he knows it all. But what I'm saying is that all these trust funds support education. We believe that education is the future of our industry. We support. But maybe it's fell into the illegal sector. Because in the mining companies, we don't employ underage people. You have to be in school. You can't come there 17, 16 years and go into a mining company and work. So those people are supposed to be in school anyway. So they don't make the fortunes from the mining companies. They make the fortunes from the pit, which is very dangerous to their health. So I believe that we also support putting our children in school. So the education fund is just an overall fund for UMAT, but companies do that individually as well.
Thank you. We needed that very important.
To fair to government, the Minerals Development Fund also contributes some resources for education in those schools. And then I think MIF also has a contribution to that. So from government side, I think there's some effort in that.
Yes, the MIF also have a fund for females who want to do mining. If you are from a mining community and you want to go to UMAT, MIF has a scholarship as well.
And all of that is coming from government.
Yes.
I think we have to clap our hands for government. I mean, government is doing very well. Finally, government is doing something. So that's okay. Right. So, please, okay, the companies as well. I mean, it's a joint collaboration. If there's no other input, the only risk we have here is that normally at forums such as these, when we allow for participants to go on lunch breaks, they don't come back again. That's the only fear we have now. That's the only impediment facing us now. You see, someone is being called already, if the person goes So you see, my fear is valid. But I think we can have a very good agreement that when we go for lunch after here, we'll all return because there's another very important conversation. Can we pledge? Can we all pledge? How many of us are pledged? If you pledge, you go out and go eat. I think that's the agreement. Okay, on that note, please, the ushers would give each and every one of us the lunch coupon. We should be back here in 30 minutes. Thank you. gentlemen, we are now about to get into the last leg of today's session. It's still day one, and we are now getting ready for the second panel discussion. Before we went out, I said that everybody here should pledge that they will return. This is the results. Okay, so this is why sometimes when we blame politicians, I'm a bit hesitant, because sometimes, you know, it was normally said that the politicians basically reflects the people they lead. Okay, everybody pledged, but once again, this is the outcome. All the same, we would go ahead with the final conversation. We would be having this conversation based on local content and sustainable mining. The focus would be on how Ghana can strengthen environmental standards and promote community engagement and then maximize local content. To be part of this discussion, ladies and gentlemen, we have the National Coordinator of the Responsible Cooperative Mining and Skills Development Program. Very soon he will be called to the bar, so if we are to introduce him again, maybe we would add Esquire to his name. But for now, it's Mr. Frank Asare. Please put your hands together for Mr. Frank Asare for this all-important conversation. The President of the National Concerned Small-Scale Miners Association is also here, Mr. Michael Kwejo Pepra. Please put your hands together for Mr. Michael Kwejo Pepra. Apia Kusi Adomako Esquire, we are not sure he's in our midst this afternoon. Abdul Mumin Bana is also not here. Please slap me, forgive me. The General Secretary for the Ghana Mine Workers Union. May we have one more chair under the circumstances? In fact, it's the chair that confused me, okay? Because just for the moderator. Please, organizers, can we have one more upstage? Ms. Akuba Beziba Yali is a lecturer at the Mining Engineering Department of the University of Mines and Technology. Unfortunately, she's slightly under the weather, and therefore she will not be able to be part of this conversation. But Penny Kwame Janswa Opening Kwame Danswa would replace Ms. Akuba Eziba Yali for this all-important conversation. And sorry, ladies and gentlemen, Apia Kusi Adomako Esquire is also here. Another forgiveness needed from you, please. Thank you. Can you do it better for him? May we have one more chair, please? One more chair for Opening Kwame Danswa. We cannot take him out of a conversation. Yeah, he says he's not supposed to be here, but the ambushing is good for the good of the country. Please, can you put your hands together for Penny Kwame Danswa? One more after this for your break. One extra chair, then.
It's still the force. I said the force one because the news value finished for them. As I mean, there's no more news here.
All right, thank you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are set and ready for the last panel discussion for day one of the mining and minerals conversation. Once again, I want to welcome the panelists. Seated very close to me is Apia Kusi Andumako. He's from the West Africa He's the West Africa Regional Director, I beg your pardon, for CATS International Accra. A round of applause for him once again as we get ready to enter the conversation. Frank Asari is the National Coordinator for the Responsible Cooperative Mining and Skills Development Program, otherwise known as RCOMSDEP. Then next to Frank, Engineer Frank Asari, is Michael Kojo-Pepra. He is the President of the National Concerned Small Scale Miners Association. Please put your hands together for him. Then Abdul Mumin Bana, the General Secretary for the Ghana Mine Workers Union. And last of all is Obedi Kwame Janswa. He is the ambushed panelist for this all important conversation. Please put your hands together for Obedi Kwame Janswa. The last time I interviewed him should be somewhere in 2020, back at TV Africa. And so I just felt that I should relive that experience all over again. And so, ladies and gentlemen, these are the panelists for this other conversation that borders on local content and sustainable mining. And the emphasis of this conversation, I'm stressing, would be on how to strengthen environmental standards, promote community engagement, and maximize local content. Because it borders on community mining essentially and the environmental concerns. I want to start first with Frank Asari, but of course it's a question that goes to everybody on the panel at this particular point. Now, there is a school of thought, there is an impression that those in the local communities, in as much as we, perhaps, those of us who are elite may think that illegal mining is harmful, a good number of them don't seem to think that way. Indeed, I have heard some local folks say that as for Asasia or as for Mother Earth, no matter how you devastate it, it can still come back to its natural form. With perceptions like this, and even others which are far worse, how should we as a country begin to reorient the minds of people who think this way in a way to sustain the environment where illegal mining is concerned? Mining is concerned.
Thank you. The issue of local community members being nonchalant about the effect of illegal mining is something that is known to anybody who is minded to know, because when you go to these communities, I have said it elsewhere, that the further you are from a mining community, the more agitated you are when it comes to illegal mining. The more you get closer to these communities, you realize that the voice, sometimes you don't even hear any voice at all. I've, since I was appointed, visited a number of communities, done a lot of community engagements and sensitization. I think the issue boils down to sometimes ignorance. People are ignorant of the effects of the activities that the illegal miners are embarking on their personal health and on the environment. And they look at the aspects where it creates employment for them. But as part of our responsibility as the Responsible Cooperative Mining and Skills Development Program, we are charged to engage in community engagement and sensitization in mining communities across the country. I've visited a lot of them and I'm still visiting. So as I told you, even after here. That's why I was insisting that we take this session before the lunch, because I have to go to Tamale and go to Poli to engage people in reference to this community mining, environmental sustainability, sensitization on the effects of illegal mining. That is why we are leading the charge that if it is regulated, they are well documented, how the process it is well done, and we have proper geological investigations taking or not, like the low-tree mining. There is less degradation, there is less effect on our water streams, because the water bodies, the issue with mining is that, one, it is not only about the mining method, but the process. So if you want to sustain any mining activity, you need not to look only at the mining method, but look at the processes. So I've visited places where they tell you that we are mining underground, so we are not affecting the environment. I tell them, yes, the mining methods could be surface mining or open pit mining, it could be underground mining, but the process, the extraction to get the gold. God being so good, I'm a metallurgist. I've worked in the large-scale mining company for some years before moving into Reed Law and Canada. The process of extracting gold, sometimes if not done well, is even harmful than the mining method. And it is exactly what we are seeing in our communities, where people will get the ore, they go and process it, and their tailings end up in our water bodies. So almost every mining community in Ghana, our water bodies are polluted. But we all know that mining did not start in the last 10 years or 15 years. Yet, in the past years, we could go to our farms and use the water that we fetch from the streams. So what happened? That is the more reason why it is very important that we embark on a rigorous community engagement, sensitization and education for the people to appreciate the need to conserve the environment, the need to conserve our water bodies, the need to mine responsibly. It is only through responsible mining that we can sustain the mining industry, especially the artisanal and the small-scale mining.
Right, thank you very much. Michael, I'll come to Doc. Though we are close, you will be the last on this one. On the erroneous perceptions that many locals hold, how do we correct it?
First of all, as a country, we need to understand that mining or artisanal mining does not today. It has been in existence before even the large-scale companies came into this country. A lot of time, people mine with impunity without understanding the regulations or the issues that borders on the environment. Most times we need to understand that every problem that we are being faced as a country needs a solution. And in so doing, you need to understand the problem before you can easily know what to do about it. Why are people mining in their various towns with impunity and destroying the various water bodies and the forest reserves? One is lack of employment, in the sense that sometimes you go to a village, my brother has now started
not to cut you, but the concern about unemployment being the trigger for illegal mining, the response or the reaction has been that if people say they're unemployed, therefore they would indulge in illegal mining, then armed robbers may as well say that, okay, well, we also don't have a means of livelihood, therefore let's pick guns and then go and rob people. How do we?
So it boils down to trying to understand the issue and also trying to find an alternative way in dealing with the issue. Because if that is the perception they have, we are not in support of people doing the wrong thing. But the bureaucracies that comes with acquiring a license in these various communities. Now, I think the previous government brought about the digital way of applying for license. In my sector, I can easily say and confirm that almost 60% of my members are semi-educated. So if the person needs to go through the rigorous way, going to the internet, creating a company, and then at the end of the day, applying through the website, before you do a follow-up to the Minerals Commission, it's very cumbersome. And these are the contributing factor in the insurgence of this degradation that is going on. So we need to understand that we cannot do away mining because this is a sector that has employed the youth in this country. I can boldly say that now the sector of small-scale mining has over 1 million youth involved in the mining. So if indeed government wants to find a way in trying to curb this menace, at least we need to familiarize the activities to conform with the sustainable practices in mining. Like what my brother rightly said, using the responsible cooperative mining approach. That is a very clear and a very visionary way in trying to deal with the case. In the sense that we have people who are legitimate miners, they are not into that market, even though we need to make sure we enforce the laws and make sure we do the right thing. But people who want to mine, and in so doing, they don't know how to go about it. We put into the box of responsible cooperative mining.
That's right.
And in so doing, at least they can easily mine in a sustainable way.
Right. Let me now put the thoughts of Abdul Mumin and Bana on that same question, then Gopini Kwame Jantwa, dealing with the misconceptions in the local communities, as I mean, from the Ghana Mines Workers Union, how do you react to those?
Well, thank you very much. There are 1,001 reasons why everybody, or some people may want to justify illegal mining, whether from unemployment all the way down to economic status. There will always be a reason to justify that. But I say it's a no, no, no. And indeed, the Ghana Mine Workers Union says it's a no, no, no. Looking at the devastating impact of illegal mining, not just to our environment, but to the health and safety of communities, of workers, it certainly cannot be the narrative that we should promote. But the flip side of it is, what has government done itself? What has been government's own, approach to the mining sector, and more particularly, communities living within mining areas? I think that we haven't tapped into our mining sector enough. There's a lot more we should be able to do. I mean, if you look at post-independence, some of the things that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah did as a way of creating job opportunities, but also growing a more industrialized economy. You realize that virtually in every Ghanaian community there was one cottage industry or the other. Unfortunately, all these cottage industries have either collapsed or have become shanty towns today. And so government needs to have a completely different approach towards how we link mining to all the other sectors of our economy. And that is the only way we can create opportunities for the rural folks who have no options but to resort to illegal mining. But to the extent that illegal mining should be encouraged, we believe that it's a no, no, no. It poses an existential threat to all those who live within the mining communities. And in fact, all of us. Once upon a time, we thought that illegal mining and the effect of illegal mining was only the preserve of those who lived around, these mining activities. But today we know that even in our cities, whether it's in Accra, Kumasi, Tamale, or wherever, we are feeling the impact of illegal mining. And so it's not an area we should encourage at all.
Right.
Thank you.
You have been on this beat for a long time, consistently across radio, TV, other platforms. You keep stressing the need for government intervention to be tougher. But then again, there is the outstanding challenge of ignorance that has to be cured. What measure do you propose?
I've been ambushed, but I'll try my best. Shandoff, you started by talking about community mining. And then I realized you had moved into illegal mining. They are two separate things altogether. If it so happened that we'd been able to
handle community mining, it would have dwarfed illegal mining. Now, I pulled up government's community mining scheme by the previous government. And when you look at the objectives talk about formalizing artisanal small-scale mining, which meant that bring small-scale mining operations under a regulated framework. It talks about empower local communities, ensure that local communities benefit from mining activities within their areas, promote sustainable practices, encourage environmental friendly and responsible mining practices. The key features of this is community participation. Local communities are involved in the decision-making process and management of mining activities. It talks about cooperative mining. Communities form cooperatives to oversee mining operations and ensure that benefits are shared equitably. It talks about training and capacity building. Miners receive training on best practices, safely and environmental management. And the last one is regulatory oversight. The Minerals Commission and other government agencies provide oversight to ensure compliance with regulations. If we were able to do community mining very well with these principles, anybody who came to try and do illegal mining will stick out like a sore thumb. Were we able to do it? No, we weren't able to do it. Why? Because we weren't open and transparent. Why weren't we open and transparent? And I'll tell you why. Point your finger at the politician. How are politicians funding themselves? When you look at the kind of money that the politician is using to fund their activities, they don't earn that kind of money. So how are they funding themselves? And then we are not able to draw them out, and we all go with the wind and feel that, oh, it's the people at the, at the pits who are digging are the ones who are creating the problem. No, it's not. Have we been able, and we're talking about illegal mining, have we been able to even arrest any financier of illegal mining in this country? Tell me, both governments in power, have we been able to do it? We haven't. So how do we stop it? For me, it's not a question of sitting here and saying, oh, the regulator is this, the regulator is that. Let's go down to the source of this illegal mining. Because community mining, look, if community mining was done properly, the cooperatives, we all do gold. Because the entire country, north, south, east, and west, is covered in gold. Artisanal gold, alluvial gold, deep mine gold, the entire country. And I have seen the map. The reason why they call Ghana Gold Coast, I've seen that map. It was done by the British in Nkrumah's time. The entire stretch was covered in gold. So I then asked myself, why is it that some countries can use gold to make their country better, and we cannot do that? So don't let us sit here and think that, oh, we've done everything and everything. We haven't done everything. The finger should be pointed at us. If we're going to do community mining, we can do community mining and do it well. If we're going to do illegal mining, let's continue doing illegal mining, because it will get to a stage where there will be no Ghana anymore. Because it's affecting everybody. And you know what? We've been mining gold on the land for years, haven't we? 100 years and over. What went wrong this time around? What went wrong was when we then decided to do it on water bodies. That's what went wrong. And we sit and we look and we twiddle our toes, twiddle our thumbs, and think that, oh, it's not touching us down south. So, yeah, it isn't. Because I'm not sure how many of you have flown over the Takrady area and looked at the brown water seeping into the sea. And we said, look, I have said, and I'll continue to say, the whole country should go on strike and tell government, if you don't sort this down, say, we ain't going to work.
5 seconds, please.
and down.
Yeah, thank you. Because, thank you. I feel like to say that opening them, so I wanted to open fire. We wanted to cool that before we continue. So I'm still on correcting the erroneous impressions. Then we get into the conversation properly. Indeed, this particular question was about how to cure the erroneous impressions, but you can see that everybody is eager to get into the meat of the matter. That shows how sensitive legal mining is.
Thank you very much. As the previous speakers rightly said, illegal mining has been trending over the last decade and a half, and every administration since 2010 has been doing more like a firefighting. And whenever you fight fire and you don't do forensic audit, if you don't take it, the fire will come back. I think we've not been able to address the factors well. There are the push factors to illegal mining. Unemployment is a factor. And sometimes when people who live in the communities look around and see that those who work in the former mining companies are living big and they themselves, where the community, where the land is situated, they also cannot find job. They realize that then they have to help themselves. And so Dr. Tonobi says something that it is not wrong for government, when government takes the mineral royalties from the companies in their mine, to also bring specifically and say, look, Daman people, this year, this is what we got. We are going to use it to do development. I think we need to try to find an alternative. If we're able to find alternative work for the people who are unemployed in the communities, I'm sure that will be able to reduce the appetite that they have for. But unfortunately, now we have made the illegal mining become so profitable and so lucrative that it will take the grace of God from heaven to water the people's appetite, because they have seen money. They are looking. If you go there within a month, can buy a Range Rover. So why should we go and plant cocoa?
Not to cut you, but Pepper is smiling. I want to find out if that assertion is true. They say if you do it for 1 month now, you're going to buy Range Rover. We want to find out if it's true. He should show you
Yeah, so people have tasted money. When a child at the age of 10 starts working and see money, the child will not even have any incentive to go to school. That's why parents always have to make sure that the kids stay in school. Right. We have allowed illegal mining to fester in our communities, and now we want to come up with policy. Previous administration started the National Alternative Livelihood for illegal miners now, and yes,
alternative employment livelihood program.
Yes, and a lot of work were done in the lands that have been degraded were reclaimed and they planted seedlings and other things. Later, it was reported that the illegal miners went back into the reclaimed lands to go and kind of mine again. And so I think we need to look at the whole ecosystem around the illegal mining. It appears that we are trying to solve them in bits and pieces without looking at the broader picture. I think I'll end here.
Okay. All right.
I wanted to add a bit to what he just said. So I've been the national coordinator for the National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program since March. It was in August that, learning from the lessons from community mining and the shortfalls in the NAB program, we converted it to the Responsible Cooperative Mining and Skills Development Program, of which I lead. You know, he made mention of the alternative livelihood. When I took over in March, I decided to visit the communities. And mostly when you go to discuss with the people reasons why we need to reclaim their own lands. In fact, there are people who hold the view that the lands that has been destroyed by illegal miners, we should go and look for them to come and reclaim. And there are others who
believe that government must intervene. Be it as it may, when you go to the very community to have community engagement with the people, with an alternative plan that, look, we are coming to reclaim the land, and as an alternative, there will be skill development, we are going to employ you here, we will give you some seedlings. The same people will tell you that, yes, the illegal miners, those who had money to buy excavators have left. But the very place they left is where we are eating from. So I think as a government, as an institution, we should be very brutal and we should be very intentional about how to solve these problems. You know why? Anybody here, when he or she buys a car, he knows that if he does not go to licensing and get roadworthy, he will not be allowed to use the car on the road. So the day he buys the car, he knows the processes to go through. We should let the people also appreciate that if you want to mine, there are processes you have to follow. If you can't follow that process, then you cannot mine, because mining is by law. And it is not just by law, it is by following the law that will make you do it responsibly, and we will serve environmental justice. So, Shandoff, the discussion on community mining, as Lawyer Jantua rightly mentioned, is the way to combat the illegal mining menace. But we must do and do it well. So, when we launched the program, the Responsible Cooperative Mining Program at Obuasi, unfortunately, we had the incident that happened. So we needed to stay on for the mourning period to expire before we embark on the community engagement. And like he rightly said, that is exactly what we are doing. I think it will be wrong for us to immediately start rolling out the Responsible Cooperative Mining Scheme and start to receive your licensing with that. First and foremost, sensitizing the people. We need to let them know why they must come under the Responsible Cooperative Mining. I've been to places where there are viable shafts that are running. I go to speak to the people and let them appreciate their own health, safety, and the fact that everything they do, they should be conscious that they do not destroy the environment. So as part of the plan, we will have a reclamation fund, because there are some of the towns when you visit them, it is an eyesore. You go there and you wonder why the people could stay there for a group of people to do this to their own lands, and the money they got, you see the buildings there, I shudder to think they did not spend it there. So it is an issue that will require everyone to join hands with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and the government in their fight. But like he said, now we have sat down for illegal mining to go on for a longer time. And unfortunately or fortunately, the gold price is a contributing factor. The gold price is going high. So I told you I've worked in the large-scale mining company. Any large-scale mining company, yeah, so when you start, you know, we have the head grade, you have the low grade, medium grade, and the high grade. Mostly, you can even pack the low grade somewhere, but immediately the gold price goes high. Some go as much as going into even their waste stockpile to come and process and see if they can get some gold. So that is exactly what is happening. People are just mining, doing whatever they are doing, and sometimes they are not getting even enough because the way they go about it is not the best. So we need to educate them. We need to also bring in other methods. That is why under the cooperative mining scheme, we intend to collaborate with humans to train all the people who will come under the cooperatives. And also, I think 3 issues are prevalent when it comes to illegal mining. One is documentation. The people don't have the requisite documents that will allow them to go into mining, either be it from Minerals Commission, from the Water Resources Commission or a permit from the Environmental Protection Agency. That is what we stand to do, to facilitate between these agencies to get the documents. Then when we are done with the documents, there are people who have documents, but when you go to their site, whatever they are doing is not different from what the illegal miners do. So we need to also look at the process of extraction. How are they processing the ore? Yes, so I'm finalizing. How are they processing the ore? We think we should have a proper method where we will use proper process centers, either centralized or mini ones that will not require us to use harmful chemicals like mercury. And also it will give us a higher recovery rate. Then the last but not the least is what has been discussed in the morning. My brother Samit Efi mentioned it, is geological investigation and on the issue of sustainability. You see, there is no small-scale mining company here in Ghana that has lasted more than 50 years. Do we have any? You know why? When they are mining, anything they get, they spend. So they are not investing in exploration or they are not investing in geological investigation. The only way you can sustain a mine is to invest in exploration. So whilst you mine here, then you are exploring to know the mineralized area in the other parts of your concession. Right. That is something that we want to look at under the Responsible Cooperative Mining and Skills Development Program.
Thank you. We're still on sustainable mining, particularly in the communities. I want us to touch on this briefly. Each of you has just 2 minutes to respond to this very one. It has become very apparent that traditional authorities cannot be taken out in all of this because indeed they are in the thick of affairs. I mean, they live in the communities. But there is also another aspect, another unfortunate conversation about how some of them are actually, I'm saying it advisedly, complicit. Okay, so if the traditional authorities who are supposed to exercise that oversight are also knee-deep, then it becomes a problem. How do we properly align on that? I'm starting from Penny Kwame, so each of you has just 2 minutes. If the chiefs and the local authorities who are supposed to mount the guard are rather perpetrating the illegality, where do we go?
Shall of you leapfrog the actual problem? There is a fundamental problem we are not looking at within the communities. That fundamental problem has got to do with deep-rooted economic dependence on illegal mining because of lack of opportunities, and the people in those areas have gotten used to it. There's a fundamental problem of poverty and lack of formal employment. That goes to the economy.
But that should not be the warrant. I mean, that conversation, it shouldn't be.
Why should it be the warrant?
No, because if we go on that tangent, then it would appear that anybody doing any other form of illegality can also.
I don't have food to eat.
Therefore, you are supposed to do wrong.
Wait, there's gold in the soil. I don't have employment. Yes, it is wrong, but I'm poor. And if that is the only way I can survive, will I not survive? If my chief came to say, Kwame, don't do this, I'll ask my chief, are you going to feed me?
That notwithstanding,
the fundamental problem has to be looked at first. Once that fundamental problem is looked at, then we can now authorize the chiefs to be able to make sure that they enforce regulation. Because regulation isn't enforced.
But, not to catch you, but of course, finding solutions to unemployment, naturally we can all agree, it's not something we will be able to do now. Until we are able to get there.
About communities.
Yes, even in the communities. Until we are able to get there, what should we do?
When will we get there? When will we get there? Until we are able to get there. When will we get there if we don't solve the problem? Don't let us leapfrog it. Don't let us leapfrog it. Because if people don't have employment, people can't work, people don't have food to eat, what do you expect them to do? What do you expect them to do? And so it is something that we need to make sure. And the question would be, okay, if that is the case, do our chiefs also, do we encourage them to also dabble in politics? Because the corruption element of that is the politician. And if our chiefs are going to have control to be able to enforce regulation, they've got to be able to enforce regulation on the politicians in those areas. We've got to create employment, alternative employment, good alternative employment in these areas. Because the amount of money Galamsey brings and illegal mining brings, the people there won't get it anywhere. Go there and give a rural person 500 cedis. You made their day. If I give somebody 500 cedis in Accra here, it is nothing. So you can see the difference.
Not all of us.
And well, come on. Come on. And so if we are not ready, and I have said, and I'll continue to say, what is the vision of this country called Ghana? Anybody here tell me, what is our vision? Do we have a vision? And if we don't have a vision, how do you ply into a party or political party manifesto as a vision? You need a vision that the people will be able to follow. And part of that vision has got to do with illegal mining and community mining. And if we don't do that, that's why parties have come and gone and the Galamsey problem is still there.
Because we have to create the employment opportunity.
We have to have a vision for our country. You think America doesn't have a vision? China, 100 years. Korea, 100 years. What are we sitting doing with all the minerals we've got? We have to question ourselves properly. And if we don't question ourselves properly, we are just doing what? Talking over the problem and not solving it.
Mumi, let me come to you. Openi essentially said that, I mean, if you want to, you're talking about empowering chiefs and if you are not providing employment, it will be much ado about nothing. Do you share that same sentiment, or you think we can still go around the situation while we are waiting to create viable employment opportunities? There should still be a way to empower the local authorities.
Well, I quite disagree with my comrade, and I think that it has to be stressed that there's absolutely no basis, to jettison legal, regularized ways of doing things for illegality. And I think that the chiefs have a role to play. There's regulation. We all know who is in charge of enforcing regulation. But these are all, quick fixes. The role of the chief, the role of the regulator, they are all part of ensuring that we have a more sanitized environment. But the root cause of the problem, which colleagues here have been able to identify, is largely because of the economic conditions that most of our rural folks find themselves. And so if there's unemployment, you are unable to put food on the table, you will go for anything that will enable you to do that. But we need to have a sustained, more concerted effort towards addressing the issue of unemployment. Because too many times we have given politicians the opportunity to run around in the name of illegal mining, fight against illegal mining. And actually, instead of them doing what they've been elected to do, they go around doing all of these. I indicated earlier in my submission that post-independence, Kwame Nkrumah understood where we were going as a country. The Bonsa Tie Factory, it was created by Kwame Nkrumah. The Aboso Glass Factory. All these were cottage industries that were strategically, sited to create employment opportunities for the young men and women who today are engaged in illegal mining. And so clearly, we should have a more broad-based approach to how we develop as a nation, and so that we're able to deal with issues pertaining to illegal mining on a more sustainable basis than this whole notion that because I am hungry, because I have no money, I should go and perpetuate illegality. then we should better go up maybe to the mountains and start doing quarry business, because I saw some outcrops on the mountains, and so I can just get some excavators and go up there and start blasting and hauling chippings because I'm hungry. And I think that we need to get to a point where we all understand that this is a no-go area, but the government must intervene, and must intervene in a more robust way.
Right.
If it's about providing, you know, in other dispensations, their governments are able to put their citizens who are unemployed on some stipends. In the UK, for example, there's an opportunity for an employee to be, a citizen of that country to put on a dole on a monthly basis, so that at least they can put body and soul together. If we do not have that leverage here, it doesn't mean that we should go into perpetrating illegality.
Right.
So I think that the chiefs have a role to play, but we should look at this whole issue a bit more, you know, comprehensively, and try to address the issue of illegal mining. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, but just because he reacted to this.
I wasn't clapping for the illegality. I was questioning the fact that it's a fundamental problem we need to sort out. And if we compare ourselves to the UK and those places where they have a good welfare system, that's the money to do welfare. And if it's there, why aren't we doing it? Why? What's stopping us from doing it? Oh, well, the corruption, and look, any contract that we have in Ghana here, look at where it ends. There's always a problem with it. And so we, the citizens, should be able to question the people we put in power to be able to handle the finances of this country. Because if we don't do that, then some of the things you're talking about as a welfare state and enforcing laws and doing all that would not happen. We are not enforcing regulation. And because we are not enforcing regulation, a lot of things are going to the wall.
Right.
And we've got to be able to straighten things and get gold. We are the number one producer of gold, aren't we? Why are we going through what we are going through?
Okay.
It doesn't make sense.
Right. Pepper, you engage more with the local folks, chiefs in particular and all of that. What do you think is the problem? Why are they not able to stand their grounds and prevent illegal mining from happening in just 2 minutes? 2 minutes.
First of all, it seems as a country, we don't really understand the issue when it comes to illegal mining. In the sense that, what is the difference between illegal miner and illegal miner? It's documentation. And secondly, the approach or methodology used in mining. It seems we draw all our energy on people are engaging in illegal mining, people are engaging in illegal mining. What can we do to make sure that those who are engaging in illegal mining mine sustainably and we license them? Because mining is not a bad thing. When you go to other countries, they are developing their country with mining. But it seems that we lack the zeal into understanding the issue. Look, sometimes we come to Accra, we sit on big platforms, then we share our ideas. You go to the villages, somebody will sit on this platform and say that, oh, go to the villages, they are dying, mercury is killing them, they don't have source of water to drink. I can take a whole room to these communities, or people who are in Accra fighting for, and go there, and they are not complaining, they are okay. Because mining is part of our culture, it's in our system. So what do we do to make sure that we right the wrongs? And that is where, as a country, we lack to put our energy on. People are engaging in illegal mining. At the end of the day, we know that not everybody can work in the government, sector or in the formal sector.
Right, white collar jobs.
We have people who are born in the mining community. What they will wake up in the morning, they see people going to mine, and they come back having their daily bread. So as a country, what do? We don't need to fight these people. Because government cannot employ all these people. What we need to do as a country is where we can channel our energy or our expertise is to make sure that, okay, fine, we need to streamline whatever is going on. The word is sustainable mining. That is what we lack as a country. How can we engage in sustainable mining? By one, like what my brother rightly said, we cannot talk about galamsey whilst people who want to mine sustainably don't get license to mine. Indirectly, we've done anything. We've not done anything. We've not solved the problem. So these issues is good sometimes you put some of us on these platforms to let people understand we cannot solve this problem with emotions. It's wisdom. And in so doing, facing the problem is trying to understand it and trying to solve it with an alternative way. If I want to mine and you put me into business, the business will not go on because whatever I want to do is do mining. People have been able to acquire excavators. Do you know how much one excavator costs? Over $200,000. They tell the president, okay, come to Accra. Look, we had an issue which we had to come in, being the president. There's an issue in Tontukromi.
Oh, what exactly?
Tontukromi and Amanzia West.
Okay.
That area, that enclave. When we went there, they told us their forefathers had worked there in the 19th centuries, 18th centuries. So they know that that place itself is viable to mine. So they've been there. When they tried to apply for a license, they went to Minerals Commission. And that place had been earmarked for somebody who lives in Canada. The company that had the concession had put in that village to the stock market in Canada. So you go to Minerals Commission, you want to get a license to mine, they will tell you, we cannot give you this place. And for that matter, nothing of that sort we can do for you. What do you expect them to do? Should they sleep on the boat and die? Or they will still go and mine? This is the question I want to ask you.
We don't have the answers now, so let me come to Adoma. Please put us together for Michael. Michael is speaking very passionately because he's in the thick of affairs. Frank Pedro would have the last word on this because it has got to do with the communities and the local chiefs. But let's hear Kusi Adomako.
Okay, so over the weekend, my younger brother called me. My mom has a land in our village, one of our family village in Ashan, Avano South. And then one of our uncles said that the Chinese have come there to do galamsey and they want to buy the cocoa farm and do galamsey. They've been talking about this for the past 5 years, and every time that they come for this conversation, I pour cold water onto that. But now my other uncle is telling my mom that, look, if my mom is not serious, I'll say my mom, because of you earn your pension every month, decent pension, so you can afford not to let the land to use for illegal mining. And so he said that, look, once they sell the land to the farmers, the galamseys, a third of it has to go to the chief. And this is where the chiefs also become very complicit. And one reason, let us also not blame the chiefs because they may not be earning any income, sustainable income from the state. And so if the land that it is under his tutelage, he can just part the land off and get some money.
Not to cut you, but if it's regularized, royalties could come to them. Is that not?
You know, the way the thing is, if you are a small, the big room may not get anything to the top, and then the chief who is closer to the land may not get it. So I think that we need to do a deeper study to understand the problem so that the solutions that we bring can become surgical, not just a textbook. And I think we've been dealing with a textbook solution that doesn't work. Let's look at the surgical every area, every paramountcy and its nature of land tenure systems and what have you, and what people think, and what are the expectations of the people and the chief. If once we understand that, then we can have a customized solution. As we'll end up with solution don't explain and explanation that doesn't solution that doesn't solve, nor explanation that explains. Thank you.
All right. If it's just joining us, this conversation is focusing on how we can strengthen environmental standards, promote community engagement, and maximize local content. After Frank speaks, we'll take the last round of questions, and then we should be out of this particular platform. Mr. Perasare, I'm coming to you on this one because, again, the communities, the chiefs, you have gone around, you have taught certain principal communities and all of that. What have the chiefs been telling you?
So, I sit here as a government official, and some of the issues that have been raised are issues that we are tackling already. So, it will be unfair if I don't put it on record that the Responsible Cooperative Mining and Skills Development Program was approved by Cabinet with the sole purpose to solve some of the challenges we are mentioning here. And we did not just formulate the policy, we did so in tandem with the small scale, Ghana's National Association of Small Scale Miners, my good brother Kojo himself, the Ghana Chamber of Mines. So the policy document that we developed, we sent it to them to look through it. Through their president, engineer Ken Ashibe, we got their responses. Through the general secretary of NASEM, Gordon Ama, we got their responses, and we formulated the policy that will guide the responsible cooperative mining scheme. I have told you that mining is by law. And the legal regime we have in Ghana that governs the mining and minerals system it contributes to the question you asked. So, by law, before you grant a lease, it has to go through some processes. You are a chief, you are in a community, and you know that you have gold. You will be there, a company comes, and they are going to do community entry, because by law they need to do community entry, do community engagement before. Then you ask, which area has been given to you? Sometimes even their cemeteries and even their home, the places that they are living. So if they are giving it out, then we can equally also give some out so that we can eat from it. That has been the perception. I've told you, all lands in Ghana are owned by either an individual, a family, or a stew, or a scheme in the north. However, all the minerals in these lands in different areas belong to the state, and it is held in trust by the president. So, by law, we have passed the Minerals and Mining Act 2006, Act 703, and we have said that if you want to mine, because the president is holding it in trust for us, you go through the Minerals Commission and you'll be given the license or a lease by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Now, if we don't use the grassroots approach, where before you can even get a concession, and that is what I'm leading. So everywhere we want to do the cooperative mining, I'm going to the communities first, before we even start processing for any license. So I go to meet the chiefs and the people to discuss with them. If you don't use the grassroots approach, and the people see, that's why sometimes they are hostile, and sometimes they feel like they should give some to their people. Then they will be there, and the whole process begins and ends in Accra, only for them to know when there is time for community entry, it affects them. And there's another issue that is confronting us. Anytime I go, I speak to the people that scale mining companies themselves did not just come to Ghana and just say this place is for me. So if you have anyone to blame, you blame the government. I'm a government official though. The reasons are that by law, if I lease a property of mine to anybody, the person has the right of possession against everyone, including me, the one who gave it to him.
So if I need a portion of that land or that property for anything, the best thing to do is negotiation. So we need to dialogue. So in the large-scale mining concessions, you see, like Pipra is saying, the community people think that now we have come of age, we are a lot of people, why is one person holding this vast land? So we are going on to it. No, that is not the way to go. The way to go is to sit down with them, know their plan, their strategy, where they can shave off the right to Minerals Commission to absolve them of any liability, then we can give to the community. Then we guide them to mine responsibly. You know what it means? When we are able to do that, we are going to help the large-scale mining company themselves, because hitherto these people will be coming to your concessions and they'll be worrying you. And you have investors. Anytime they hear bad news, they come calling you. When you're able to seed off a portion and you get thousands of people working there, they will not come troubling you. Right. You know, you solve another problem. Employment. Within this community, the people will now have work to do. Then under it, what we intend to do is that we should have...
Then a second, I mean, still on unemployment. You know, across the table, there was a conversation about how that, yes, employment would help, you know, address the issue and all of that. The employment opportunities that our Comstep is bringing on board, are they, for the want of a better word, lucrative enough to match the fortunes, or if like the proceeds from the illegal mining activity? So for example, if I am in a town and every day I come by some, let's say 1,000 Ghana cedis, so Billy Jantra says 500 is enough, me 1,000 is okay. You come by some 1,000 Ghana cedis daily, and I meet Mr. Frank Pedro Asari, he says he's the leader of our Comstep, he says I should stop because there's an alternative for me. How much are you going to give me?
Okay, so to the contrary, Senior Counsel, it will interest you to know that the 500 Ghana cedis will be much appreciated here in Accra than some of the mining communities. I've had discussions on alternative livelihood with the people. I'm a grassroots person, so I go to them. And they tell you that the things you intend to bring are not what we want. However, like I told you, some are out of ignorance. So you ask the question about armed robbery. It is a crime. A crime is a crime. Why are people who are doing robbery arrested and you are doing illegal mining? The government itself is even providing alternatives, and you say you don't like it. That cannot be, we shouldn't entertain that. So as part of the program, we are not only looking at cooperative mining, we are looking at vocational and entrepreneurship, and we are looking at the agricultural value chain too, where we intend to grow people into cooperative mining. We intend to train people, and we have done so with Anglo Gold Ashanti and our partners, GIZ International. Anglo Gold Ashanti did the training, and we facilitated 127 of youths were training electrical, welding, fashion, and what have you. Afterwards,
are they as lucrative as what you get if they were in the
business? Lucrative is subjective.
No, 5,000 is better than 1,000. That's
subjective. As we sit here, every individual has his own aspirations and things they want to acquire in life. So when we say it is lucrative, let me tell you what I told a young guy at Nkrofo. When I went, he was in a pit, and trust me, should it rain heavily, that pit can fall and he may die. Choosing between that and a job that will pay you 1,500 cedis and you are safe in doing that work, which one will you take? You see, we don't take. That's why I'm saying it is about ignorance. No, I'm coming. Sometimes we need to go beyond what we get and decide whether or not this is lucrative or this is not lucrative. Your life is at risk. You can die at any time, and you are earning 200,000. Your life is not at risk. You feel comfortable, and you are earning 2,000. To me, you are earning 2,000 and you can live to see your children tomorrow. It's better than the 20,000, and that is why every day there is news that the pits are falling.
Let me be the devil's advocate. There is risk in every job whatsoever.
Yes, but you see, the risk levels are different. That is why. So there is high risk in especially the large-scale mining companies and even the oil industry. But you know why? Before you do any work, we do risk assessment. So we are able to identify the hazards. We are able to identify, get the controls before we even embark on the. So we do JSA, job safety analysis. These places, they are not even doing it. So the risk factors cannot be said because we are doing it at a place where it is not regulated and controlled. So anything can happen. But there is a high risk job where the risk is known, assessment has been done, control measures has been put in place. So even as you work, though there is risk, but there is less probability that you will get injured.
Sure. I think our audience are itching to join the conversation. This way you can now ask your questions. But I want us to conduct a quick vote. I mean, nobody's going to implicate you. High risk job, but 200,000 Ghana cedis a month versus low risk 2,000. Let me see those who are in for the 2,000. I'm just testing how honest we are. Yeah, nobody's in for the 2,000. So Pedro, all these are potential illegal miners. All of them, clearly. Please, it's time for questions and
probably the difference was mine. So let's put it as 10,000 and 20,000. And the 20,000 could die any day, anytime.
Okay, time for questions and answers. If you have a question, please show by hand. The microphone will come to you or your contribution quickly. There was a hand. Did I say hand? Okay. Please come for this.
Since we are talking about sustainable mining activities, I would like to find out, it goes to any of them. I would like to find out what role or roles can traditional authorities or local government agencies or authorities play when it comes to ensuring sustainable mining. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure, but I think we exhausted this subject, right? We did it earlier, and they are across the table. The concern was that you were not here. Okay, that's fine. But I'm sure. Okay, Pedro says he will attend to that. Any other question, please? There's a hand here.
Yeah. Okay. So I know from my mining company.
Kindly mention your name and then.
Yeah, my name is Wisdom Barton. I know from mining company that employed, let's say, like CS, and then after a while they stopped the company and then they went back to the see. So I want to find out how to make people take such a decision, and then therefore be talking about employment opportunities. We all know cocoa is a very lucrative business, but still people cut down their cocoa farms and then they use it for illegal mining. So we have been talking about employment and lack of opportunities, but these things are also going on. So how are we able to justify this kind of behaviors? Thank you.
Okay. We'll take three more. There is a hand on my extreme left. There is one here. That would number 4. Who has the final slot? Okay, so I think, okay.
All right, thank you very much. My question has to do with, I think that most of the conversation here has been centered on issues of illegal mining. And
Sorry, the name.
Joseph Kwesiabia. Yeah, throughout the conversation from morning, it's been centered much on illegal mining, and the fight against illegal mining. But if I understand where the panels are coming from, I think the whole challenge here has to do with the legal regimes and the reforms, the ability for people to secure concessions and possess the needed documentations to be able to be certified as miners. But if, as I listen to the president for the small scale mining, yes, what I deduced from his submissions were that it's been challenging getting concession. And if people are not getting the concession, and we are talking about community cooperative mining, how will the people within those localities where mining activities are going on currently, that we want to do cooperative mining and there are no blockouts? Most of the lands they have been already outsourced as large-scale concession. Other areas too, you find out that you go out and they say that they are doing prospecting and so on and so on. You go to the Members Commission several occasions to apply for legal means to go and mine, and you are not getting the opportunity. So I want to ask this question: how is government intended to address this menace? Because if communities want to get sustainable mining and get alternative livelihoods and protect the environment, I think these legal issues need to be addressed. And that, I think, is the very cause for which people are mining illegally, because they try to go through the legal processes and they are not getting the alternative resolution. Thank you very much.
So the ease with concession acquisition.
40-year national development.
Sorry, can we amplify this one?
You can hear me, yes. I was part and parcel of drafting the 40-year national development plan by NDPC. And when you see that document, it actually itemizes and illustrates all these things. How we should mine, responsible mining, environment, spatial planning, so many things in that document. Unfortunately, it's gathering dust. We handed it to President Akufo-Addo in 2017. Have we heard anything? No. The vision should be a plan that everybody follows for the development of the country. China has a 40-year national development plan. South Korea has a 20-year energy plan. Where is our plan? All of us sitting here, before we take our children to school, do we not plan? They are going to go to this school does this, this is where we want our children to do, what we want our children to do, this is where we want our children to end. Even the food that our wives cook for us, do they not plan it? So where is the plan of the country? That plan is the vision. And when we have that vision, everybody, every citizen should know what that plan is. Look, when I was growing up, primary school, you will recite the national code as a child. You will recite it, assembly. And you know what that did? When you come home and you are playing football, you'll be reciting it. And as you grow, it becomes part and parcel of you. Do we have that today? We don't. So if we don't deliberately get a vision for the country, a new party will come, they throw the old parties one away, they bring their own, they call financial loss to the state, nobody does anything, and poverty reigns.
Right.
So it is true, we need a national plan to be able to handle most of these things. Thank you.
Pedro, let me come to you on William's second question, that how will the outcomes then better the color of our water bodies and all of that? I think that is a direct one to you, so if you may want to respond to this, please. In 1 minute.
Yeah. We have put out the communication that in the responsible cooperative mining exclusive development program, none of the cooperative mining schemes will be carried out in water body or near a water body, in a forest or near our roads or cemeteries. And it is so because you will not be given the license or the permit until we have done the pre-inspection of those sites. So we are very sure of where we will be giving to you. Also, how is it going to help us get clear water in our streets?
Sorry, let me be the devil's advocate here. So, if upon the geological investigation, it becomes apparent that there is a mineral deposit at a particular place, however, it's close to the water body, how do you handle that? Since you are saying once it's close to the water body, I'm not knowing, but if the deposit is also around that side.
Okay, so just to answer yours, we have laws that governs how we mine. We have buffer zones, so we have the meters from a water body or even from a forest zone that you can mine. Anything other than that is illegal. So it does not matter the deposit at a particular location. If it is out of the zone, near a water body or in the water body, you cannot grant license for a cooperative mining scheme to be implemented there. Also, it is our hope and belief that if we implement this policy correctly and get the people who are mining on our water bodies, near our water bodies, from where they are mining now, our water bodies will be clear again. For me, the question has to do with what is in the water body than just the color. It appears a lot more people place emphasis on the color of the water. But if the water looks blue, yet has a lot of chemicals in it, it will still affect anyone who takes it. So we are mindful of the process of extraction. That is why under the cooperative mining scheme, we are saying that we are going to need a mercury-free processing unit so that the people who will come under the scheme will not go to do what they are doing now, where people will go and carry the loads, take it to a particular location, then they extract, not using the right method, so the recovery rate is very low, and they use mercury and it ends up in our streams. We are not going to encourage that.
Okay,
back to, I think, the plan.
We have 2 more minutes to wrap up.
2018, there was a plan by all stakeholders on how best we can reform small-scale mining. That brought about the multilateral mining integrated project by the AS administration. That project was going to help us reform the small-scale mining sector and make sure we mine responsibly. But to our dismay, we abandoned the plan that we spent money on, and we started with the gallon stop and buying, which wasn't. Before we had sat down and then at least drawn a plan from medium scale, short term, medium term, long term. So the plan is there. Is that we abandoned it and we went about doing something which wasn't.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are pressed for time, and so Joseph Kwesi Appiah, I think the thrust of the question was about the speed of the acquisition of licenses and concessions, right? I think in the amendments to the mining laws, all of those would be tackled, but we want to call it a wrap here. The rest of the questions we'll note them down. When we assemble again tomorrow, we would address all of them accordingly. On that note, a round of applause for all our panelists. Please let's wait for them. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, we're grateful. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for your remarkable inputs, comments, and suggestions. The last time, please do it better for them until they finally yeah. A few hours ago, it was a full room. When we decided to allow you to go and come, you didn't come back properly. So based on that belief and that history, we do not want to embark on any further breaks. We want to wrap up with the roundtable discussion with the chief executive officers here. Then after that, we will call it a wrap. Latest by 5 p.m., we should be out of here. And so we are jumping into the closing conversation for day 1. Tomorrow, God willing, we will continue accordingly. I shall now leave you, ladies and gentlemen, in the more than capable hands of a once upon a time journalist of the year, as charged by the Ghana Journalists Association. He's also the general manager for Channel 1 TV and
few questions to them, and then we will go and come back tomorrow for a very exciting session. This part of the program has been christened the CEO's Round Table. You will notice quickly that this is very wrong because there is no table and nothing there is round. But we will try our best to have a conversation with two very important CEOs. So I'd like to invite first one of Africa's leading mining executives with a strong track record in building and managing successful mining operations across West Africa. She's the Chief Executive Officer of Adamus Resources and Nguvu Mining. And she has positioned those companies at the forefront of Ghana's gold industry while expanding into regional markets. Are we together, or some of you are going home? Are we together? Wonderful. So my first panel member has been instrumental in advancing sustainable mining practices, driving local content participation, and advocating for women's leadership in the extractive sector. Her experience spans project development, operations management, stakeholder engagement, and strategic partnerships. Under her leadership, Adamus has grown into one of Ghana's leading gold producers, contributing significantly to both the national economy and host communities. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our first CEO, Madame Angela Liss. Please put us together. I think we can do better for Angela. The other CEO is an accomplished mining executive in his own right, with over 3 decades of leadership experience in the extractive sector. He currently serves as Executive Vice President and Country Director of Asante Gold Corporation, where he leads the company's strategic operations and stakeholder engagements in Ghana. Before joining Asante Gold, he held senior leadership roles at Asanko Gold Ghana and AngloGold Ashanti, where he contributed to major projects and operations in Ghana's gold sector. His expertise spans across project development, corporate strategy, operations management, and stakeholder relations. He is widely recognized for his commitment to responsible mining practices, advancing local content and community development initiatives, and fostering collaboration between industry and government. His leadership continues to shape the role of mining in Ghana's economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, the the country director of Asante Gold, Fred Atakuma. Fred, you will sit on the east, at the west, and I will be in the center. And before I sit down, I'd just like to put this in context with you. So we've had a lot of discussions, right? We've discussed many problems, but it's not very often that you get two CEOs of two important gold mining companies to sit down and say, ask me any question you want to ask. So those of you in front will be helping with some questions. Those of you at the back will be praying for me, so it will be nice. This is a good plan. Wonderful. So I am going to take my seat, and I'm going to ask you to be applauding as I walk to the seat. Alright, so thank you very much, Angela, and thank you very much, Fred. I hope I can call you by your first names. I was at a program and a young journalist referred to a politician by their first name and says, hey, you cannot call me that. so can I call you Angela? Can I call you Fred? Wonderful. Alright, so I have just 4 questions. So the theme for this segment is essentially looking at Ghana as a leading gold producer in Africa, right? So Ghana's leadership in gold. I think it's important to find out whether we are really leading in gold. Because for the longest time, we're told that South Africa was the leading gold producer in Africa. So I'd like to agree where we are. Is Ghana the leader in gold? That's question number 1. Question number 2, how did we get there? Right? Was it because of something the original leader did not do right or something we did right? What took us there? That's question number 2. Question number 3, how can we maintain our position and do better? And in this, I'm not just talking about the volumes of gold produced, but also leading in innovation, employment, value addition, developing the whole thing. Because being a leader is not just about producing the most gold, it's about being the standard bearer for gold. So that's question number 3. Question number 4, you will give me that question. Are we together? Wonderful. But Angela and Fred, did I introduce you correctly? Angela, how long have you been in the mining industry and are you enjoying the sector? There's a mic next to you. Just to be sure your mic is working. How long have you been in the mining sector and are you enjoying your work in the sector?
Oh gosh, I'm going to be telling my age if I told you that.
Oh, no. Okay, how long have you been at senior levels in management in the mining sector?
24 years.
Oh my God. 24 years in senior management. Put that in context. I've been in radio 24 years, and that includes as a student broadcaster. So, wow, amazing. So, and you enjoy this?
I wouldn't say enjoying it. It's not always fun. Sometimes I feel like an imposter. Recently, someone played the Amachidede song, Bema Beko Talpa. And I realized it wasn't meant for women to go to Talpa, just on borrowed time.
I like this song. Kuse, Bema Beko Talpa, Kuse. Talpa is a great town. So you've been in this for 24 years at the leadership role, I see. Fred, how long have you been in this?
Yeah, thanks, Bernard. I've been here 31 years.
31 years?
Wow. Originally an electrical engineer by training.
Okay.
But spent the bulk of my career with the then Ashanti Goldfields.
Yeah.
I rose through the ranks. Became the general manager for engineering at Okwasi. And in the early 2010s, I think sustainability had become a big thing. So I moved on to become the Vice President for Sustainability for AngloGold Steel Assets in Ghana, and I think after 2 years went back to run Okwasi.
Wow.
And then in 2015 I moved on to be part of the team that built the Asanko mine.
Wow.
So, and I think I need to make a small correction here with the greatest of respect.
Yeah.
I think the previous panel, somebody made a point about a particular concession not being in the name of Asanko respectfully. They acquired that in 2015, 10 years ago. But moving on, spent about 7 years there, and then I joined Ashanti about 3.5 years.
Wonderful. So you've been in gold, mostly. Yeah. Have you also been in gold or other things? Gold.
So I started in contract mining services.
Okay.
So working for the companies that Fred obviously worked for across Africa, Central Asia, and the Middle East.
Would both of you agree that Ghana is the leader in gold in Africa? Because the theme for the panel is Ghana's gold leadership in Africa. Is that a correct topic?
No, I think the numbers we've seen today tell
the story.
We're definitely in the lead as far as gold production goes. And as we were discussing earlier, we're still a long way off from where South Africa was at its peak. So we've still got a lot to do.
Fred, give me some numbers to prove that Ghana is a leader.
Traditionally, South Africa has for many years been the highest gold producer in Africa and actually across the world for quite a long time. But in 2019, Ghana, for the first time, eclipsed South Africa when it came to gold production. I think the following year there was some change in the tax regime, especially for the small scale sector, which led to a decline in the official, if you like, recorded small scale production. But subsequently, I think it was a reversal of that tax situation, which saw the gold from the small scale sector bounce back. So if you look at 2024 numbers, Ghana produced almost 5 million ounces of gold, 4.8 thereabouts. About 3 million of that came from the large-scale mines, and about 2 million ounces of that came from the small-scale sector. If you go back a year prior, it was just over 1 million that came from the small-scale sector. So whereas the large-scale has generally hovered around 3 million ounces, we've seen quite a remarkable increase in the production.
So you can say in the past at least 5 years, Ghana is the leading gold producer in Africa.
Absolutely.
Undisputed.
Absolutely.
Followed by who? Would that be Mali? Burkina?
Well, I mean, I can talk about South Africa specifically because South Africa got into number 2 position. Last year with 5 million ounces, South Africa produced just about 3 million ounces. You know, so you have the Malis and the Burkinas also coming.
Cote d'Ivoire.
You know, yeah. But South Africa, and I'm jumping ahead of you now.
No, feel free.
That's okay. I mean, South Africa for many years, like I said, have been the leader. Large-scale mining in South Africa started in the 1880s. And it's quite interesting to note that large-scale mining in Obuasi started in 1897. Just about 10 years, after. But South Africa was blessed with quite a unique geological formation. They call that the Witwatersrand formation. It's one of a kind in the world. In fact, about 40% of the world's gold production comes from that formation.
Wow.
And they've mined it over 100 years. At its peak, South Africa in 1970 was producing about 32 million ounces of gold in 1 year.
32 million ounces of gold in a year.
In 1 year.
In the 70s.
In 1970.
How much are they producing now?
Today they're producing 3 million, 10% of.
Wow.
Okay. Wow. So that raises a number of things. I mean, one, the gold is a finite resource. So you need to, do stuff to ensure that you can either keep on covering some more of it, or it will get depleted and you'll be where South Africa is. And I think the lessons for us is, if you look at South Africa once again, because they have this huge resource, they did not really invest in, I think maybe the one key point I would like to make today, in greenfields exploration. They did not invest because they had the Wits Basin and it had all the gold. So all they needed to do was to go deeper and all that, but you can only go deep to a point. They've gotten as deep as 4 kilometers vertically into the earth. And that has its own challenges. It's hotter, there are geotechnical issues, seismicity, the ore grades are lower and all of that. So you can't really sustain that in the long term. But once again, because this resource was so unique in delivering the gold, they did not spend money exploring. So I think, yes, Ghana today and for the past 5 years has likely been the #1 producer in Africa. But we need to build a pipeline of future ore sources.
All right. So from what you said, our leadership was more by default than by design. South Africa declined and we maintain our levels of production and we are #1. Would you agree with this? I'm deducing that from what you're saying.
Right. I think we have also
ramped up.
We've ramped up.
Not necessarily in the responsible way, but we have certainly ramped up. You could tell from the figures today that the small-scale sector is producing as much as the large-scale, has surpassed it actually. We do have at least 3 projects coming up in the large scale as well, which are of significant scale. So we're yet to see even more production out of Ghana.
Is it a problem that for the first time, small-scale gold production has outstripped large-scale? Okay, let me rephrase the question. Could it be that it was always more that we are just now finding out because maybe now somebody is actually measuring? What do you think?
Definitely, I think regulation has helped. There's been talk about smuggled gold out of Ghana, where imported gold out of Ghana in some countries do not tell you with the figures here of our exports. So certainly the regulation has helped account for a lot more from the informal sector, because they're not as regulated as large-scale mines. At a large-scale mine, you cannot even smelt without a gold board representative being there, as opposed to small-scale where they pretty much do. Some of them do this in the dark, and there's no telling where they end up.
So question 1 has been answered. Ghana is the leader. We are not sure if it's undisputed, but clearly the leader. So let me do question 1B. Question 1B. How different is gold mining in Ghana from the rest of the continent? You mentioned, for example, that in South Africa, they have to go very deep. Just for those of us who are not in the sector, what is different about the way? Is it the way we do our things? Is it the way the gold presents? Is it the methods we use? Well, what is unique about Ghana gold compared to other places? Again.
Well, gold is a commodity. So, I mean, at the end of the day, in talking about a comparative study, it's the way the geology presents itself. I mean, theirs is a lot deeper and a lot more concentrated in one place. Ours is a lot more dispersed, and relatively shallower. So it's kind of easier and maybe comparatively cheaper to actually be able to mine.
Is our gold spread around the broader geographical area than, because your description of South Africa, it looks like there's a specific place where a lot of it is. If you take Ghana, you have something in Nzima, you have Chirano, you have Bibiani. I'm told there's something in Upper West. If you talk of geographical diversification or diversity, how would you describe the Ghanaian terrain compared to other countries for gold?
If I may, then maybe Angela can come. So traditionally, we thought gold could only be found in the southwestern part of Ghana. We had 4 main gold belts. The geologists will tell you. There's actually a gold belt in the Winneba area, but I don't believe anybody should mine that.
Oh, there's a gold belt in Winneba area?
There is, yeah. I don't think anybody should mine that. Number 2, there is what we call the Ashanti Gold Belt. And it extends from the Takwa area through Obuasi. So the Obuasi mine sits on the Ashanti Gold Belt, all the way to the eastern region to New Montachi. That sits on one gold belt. It's the biggest and most prolific. If Aizima would sit, Adamos sits on that one too.
Okay.
And then the third one is a small one. It's the Asankwe-Gwa belt, and that has Asanko. Asanko is the only large-scale mine sitting on that belt. And then the fourth one that we traditionally knew is the Seshu belt. Seshu is where you find Chirano, Bibiani, and it extends into the Brahafo region, New Montafo. Okay, they all sit. So that was what we thought Ghana had. But subsequently through exploration, today we have Cardinal in the Upper East region. Okay. And that wasn't an area traditionally known for gold. We have Azuma coming up in the Upper West region. So I think the point being made, and I think Mr. Jantua made the point earlier, that this country is actually full of gold. If you ask me, I actually think that the best days of this country, so far as mining is concerned, are ahead of it.
Are you serious?
That's what I think.
I think you should put it all together for that point. I like that. The best days for mining are still ahead of us.
I think so. Wow. Simply because we've not been very deliberate about exploration. Wow. I think we will unearth a lot more if we actually, because who would have thought there is gold in the Upper East or Upper West? Wow. Okay. But if we actually divided this country into grids, like other people have done, and do the geophysics and try and understand.
So the potential for more is
huge, huge potential.
And let me cut you and come into you. Usually we know 3 activities
out there. But back to your question on exploration, it is the lifeline of mining. If we stop exploring, we basically run into the South African story. It's gold is a finite resource, and as he said, you can only mine so far deep, safely, of course. And so without constant exploration, the life of mine, of every active mine in this country will pretty much end. And we're talking about limits to tenure of mining licenses, for example. I mean, what mining companies are asking themselves today is, why explore if I'm going to be limited in terms of how much extension we're going to get? So a lot of policy will dictate how we progress from now on, but definitely a focus on exploration is the only way to keep the mining activities alive.
Okay, so we are still on how to sustain our leadership. By the way, we've already answered question 2. Because don't forget question 1, are we the leaders? We've answered that question. Question 1b, how different is Ghana from the rest of the continent? We've answered. Question 2, how did South Africa decline? How did we overtake? You answered that, exploration, right? So my third question is, how do we sustain our leadership? And you're saying the exploration must happen in a certain way. So talk to me, what are the limits to the regime of exploration? Is it that when you bring 100 million to explore, all of it is taxed? Is it that they don't factor your exploration expense into your overall production? What is the real issue with exploration in Ghana?
I think you've actually hit it right on the head. So the situation in Ghana is we apply VAT to exploration expenses. So if you go and drill, you take the core to the lab, etc., VAT is applied. So, broad estimate, if you bring $100 into Ghana to do exploration, at least $20 of that will go to the tax man. You will only spend about $80 doing the actual work. Now, I think Angela spoke about the competition around us. If I took the same $100 to Burkina Faso, despite all the security risk, I'll be spending in excess of $95 on the actual exploration. Okay, and some other countries are actually going to the point of incentivizing exploration because they know that is what generates the pipeline of future, all sources for the industry. And not just generating the oil sources. I mean, the other way of looking at it too is, the size of the pie, the mining pie, is limited without exploration. So with exploration, what you do is you actually grow that size. So particularly for our governments, where it's quite easy to say, okay, increase royalties, do this. I think a better way could actually be grow the size.
Grow the pie.
Grow the pie first.
Okay.
If you can grow the pie, you would automatically guarantee a much higher inflow of revenue, whether you maintain royalties at the same level, whatever you do. But that will require a very different mindset.
Just to be clear, this taxing of exploration expense has gone on for years. It's not a specific government.
It's been going on
the
for
Ghana
ages.
administration.
Yes.
That's what they do.
Yes. But that's going to change if we are going to really unlock the opportunity that mining presents.
Could it be because they feel we have so much gold that the need for exploration is not that high? Because why would you tax exploration? Exploration is how you even discover the
Exactly.
So do you know why that happens?
No, I think maybe there's a bit of or lack of an understanding of our industry.
Okay.
So to actually move from exploration to the point of starting a mine, on average, takes about 15 years.
Really?
Yes. To develop a large-scale mine, on average across the world, you can check it out. It takes about 15 years.
So today is 2025. If we say we start
So
something,
if you are not exploring today,
by 2040,
you are not exploring today, I can almost tell you when your gold will get finished in this country.
Wow.
So it's important that we incentivize. There are some of the mining jurisdictions in the world, the Canadians of this world. There are provinces that would actually, give you a tax rebate, do all kinds of things.
Just explore.
Just to get you to come and spend your dollars in unlocking the value. Because when you unlock the value, then this guy says, okay, now we can talk about what royalty you pay, and I think we should start considering.
He spoke about a lack of understanding. Could it also be that there's more like a suspicion the companies and we the government we are different? Partly because for example, in Botswana, the government is the co-owner of the mine. So I'm told that about 49%, and this is not free current businesses, they have skin in the game. So if there's an exploration done, the government is paying for exploration, so they share. Could that be the problem? Because in Ghana, it looks like the government is just waiting for you to see what you do, and maybe they don't trust you. So that's why they are using taxation as the means of generating benefits. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's twofold. On one hand, they need to raise revenue, obviously, but you're right. I think there's some element of suspicion that mining companies are making too much money. And it's always easy to criticize the one who took the risk, right? But if we started by actually exploring, then the investors would pay a lot more to invest. So because if you just gave someone a green field and asked the person to invest fully in that risky venture, you can't then fault them if they want to recover their return on investment. For example, in Cote d'Ivoire, they have a state-owned company called Sodemi. Now, aside what private investors do investing in exploration, they also, out of the revenue that they generate from these mining activities, royalties, etc., invest in exploration. So the Ity mine in Cote d'Ivoire, for example, was originally owned by Sodemi, and Endeavour Mining, and invested at the time owning only 40% of it. But they also have a famous footballer who has a small interest. But, to that point, I mean, for Endeavour to then purchase additional shares to get to the point that the rest of the private mining companies have, they paid lots of them, tens of millions of dollars to Sodemi for that. So it's a way of actually growing that pie and also benefiting from, the profits of the mining activities.
I have a last question. I have 5 minutes to go. Sitting here, I've developed 4 of the key resources a nation needs to do well in mining. The first one is the natural mining mineral resource, which we have. Number 2 is the human resource, which the two of you have 60 years of experience. You obviously have it. Right? Number 3 is technological resources. Number 4 is finance. In a way, finance affects technology. What I want you to do is to advise the country. How do we use 1 and 2 to get 3 and 4? Because we have natural resources and we have human resources. Technology is very difficult to get. The Canadians have it, the Australians have it, the French have it, the British have it. South Africans probably did and they slept on it. How do we leverage what we have to create what we want? That's, I think, the real question for the panel. So I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, and ultimately it will come down to partnerships. Being open to partnerships, and within that context, the mining policy of the country becomes extremely important. I'm all for Ghanaian ownership, don't misunderstand me. But mining is a global industry. So you need to remain attractive as a destination. You need to have the right policies in place. You need to have the right frameworks. There should be stability in your policy situation. There should be predictability. And I think Ghana largely has all the building blocks. Stable political dispensations for many, many years. Mature mining jurisdiction, and all of that. So we've got all the basics in place. We just need to ensure that what leaves Ghana out there, enables us to maintain our attractiveness. Because we are in a unique position, to be honest. Over the years, we've demonstrated, time and again, that We've got a resource, like you said. We have one of the finest mining universities on this continent. We have the human resource and all that. Technology can be bought. So typically, I think the real big problem is the financing.
The right kind of money.
The right kind of money, because in mining, given the long gestation period that we've got, we need what is called patient capital. Okay, if you want something that gives you 20% in 1 year, don't come to mining. Okay, because we're thinking about a much longer time frame and all that, But this is where it gets a bit interesting, because there's a fair amount of money in this country, pension funds, you name it. But the financial architecture of this country does not support the risk and the long-term nature of our industry. So that's something that I think we should work on. But if we can maintain our investment attractiveness, I believe we can, whether from local sources or even foreign sources, we can get the inputs we need to deliver.
If you agree that the money is the issue, and if we can crack the money, we'll get the technology, and then the first two work together to produce a happy ending.
Absolutely. I mean, you've seen what the borrowing rates are in this country compared to what pertains, globally. It's very easy for a Canadian to discover a resource here and raise $100 million than for a Canadian to do so. And that's not to say we should risk our pension funds, because mining is actually quite a risky and volatile venture. So, it is for those investors who are looking for long-term return, but also understand the risk related to the venture in terms of, exploration into these. In 24 years, I've seen, so many people come from nothing around the world and create immense wealth with the resources that they've discovered in Africa. And I think, we just have to get smarter about the way that we do these things. And it doesn't have to be individualistic. We need to come together and be intentional about raising money the same way China has done. China has specific banks for agriculture, mining, construction, and that's where we need to be looking. Just putting some decent funds together to target our resource.
Amazing. Put your hands together for the panel. I have 30 seconds to end. And so in answering the question for the day, how do we leverage our natural and human resource to get technology and finance? I think I'm leaving you with 3 P's. The 3 P's. The first one is partnerships. The second one is predictable policy. And the third one is patient capital. So that's what I've learned so far. I'd like to say a big thank you to all of you for listening. Do I have time for questions, or can I just close so we can go and eat the rest of the food in the lobby? All right, I think we've said a lot, and it's already 5:15. So I don't want to take any more questions, but if you have a question that, if you don't ask, the world will end, then let me see your hand. All right, so I think everybody's happy. Fantastic. Park, where are you? So a big thank you to Angela List, thank you, and also to Fred Atakuma. Put your hands together for time.
Shall we do it better for Bernard Abner Hamilton? Tomorrow promises to give us more. At this point, we want to hear from the man who spearheads all of this, Baba Sadiq Abdullahi. Please put your hands together for Baba.
So I think that today has been quite an insightful day, from the beginning where we heard from government officials regarding what plans the resetting presents to the mining industry in the country. We also heard some insights and revelations for the speech of the CEO of Goldboard, where he had, provided some first on this particular platform. He's talked about how digital transformation is innovating gold trade, what they are looking to do. I'm seeing online the stories about Goldboard's refinery, and that's coming up later in the year, October 2025, making the news. Beyond that, the panel conversations has also been very, very good and very insightful. We started with a panel on policy, regulation, and investment attraction. There were different perspectives that was provided, all to enrich the conversation. Then we came to the conversation on ESG, local content, and sustainable mining, and then the final one, which we just had. One of the things that has consistently been talked about is exploration, and how that is Ghana's, that will be Ghana's pathway to exploring and exploiting our natural resources, And so we're looking forward to how all of this would connect to the conversation tomorrow. Once again, I'd like to thank all of you for making time to come in, to all our sponsors, GCB, Asante Gold Board, and then our institutional partners, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Minerals Commission, the Ghana Chamber of Mines, the Ghana Mine Workers Union, and all the delegates that managed to make it. Tomorrow morning, there will be a keynote from the ministry, once again, in the morning. It will be basically the ministry's recap of the conversation that has happened here, and I'm sure there will be some directions from the ministry regarding how they're looking to work with some of the information they picked up today. Beyond that, the Governor of Bank of Ghana will be here as well to deliver a keynote on digital gold, traceability, and the fintech disruption that's impacting gold trade. The Bank of Ghana has been doing some bit of work trying to create a sandbox to look into some of these developments and how they can bring it under proper regulation. He will provide a keynote on that. Beyond that, there will be panel conversations on financing the mineral sector, and that is led by our partners in this, the Ghana Commercial Bank. Their management will be here together with some representatives from, sorry, let me just take a look at it quickly so I can run. So there'll be a conversation on financing the mineral sector, and we'll have a panel that's made up of management representative for Ghana Commercial Bank, Dr. Suleiman Akoni as well, who is a former CEO of Ghana Chamber of Mines, very experienced. We'll also have Dr. Hannah Bisu, who is the administrator of the Minerals Development Fund. And then we'll also have Nana Jomo Bene, the current CEO of the Ghana Infrastructure Fund as well, joining us. Beyond that, there will be a conversation on digital gold. There will be a panel on it. The current director of FinTech and Innovation at Bank of Ghana will sit in the panel. That also includes the Deputy CEO at Gold Board, Ajua Pinto, a lawyer, managing associate at Robert Smith, and then a young man that's partnering digital gold, Nana Bequin Kurantin. Then the final activity that will happen will be a technical paper presentation of a Ghana Extractors Industry Transparency Initiative. Dr. Steve Mantel will lead that. There will be a technical paper presentation on that. And then there will be a fireside chat with the CEO of GIADEC, Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation, on Ghana's bauxite or aluminium vision. That's also something that we should all look forward to tomorrow. So I thank you all for making time to attend the Mining and Minerals Convention. I look forward to seeing all of you. On behalf of the team, one more time to all the sponsors, thank you very much. See you tomorrow. So that we can get ahead, get into it, and spend more time on it, please, this is a plea. Please make your way here very early so you can go through the registration, and then by 8:30 we can begin, go through all the various panel conversations, and we can have enough time to deliberate on the issues. Thank you very much.
I will say a brief word of prayer as we prepare to finally exit the auditorium. Please, let's be on our feet and let's wrap up with a closing prayer. Almighty God, we thank you for the opportunity to converge here. We thank you for your grace and your goodness that has shepherded us from the start up to the end. It's our prayer that tomorrow will be another extension of your grace as we return to our various destinations. Grant us journey mercies and protection that will all converge here tomorrow in whole and not in pieces. In Jesus' name have we prayed. Amen. All right, so we'll see you tomorrow. My name is Marcus Chandoff. Bye-bye.